There you go, you cannot. Come on. No.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to House Education Policy and Administration in our new home for a little while. And glad you've all found your way here. Just for housekeeping purposes, if you're looking for the restrooms, they are out the door, right down the hallway, and either right just inside Department of Agriculture or across the bridge over to just inside Department of Justice. We have two non-germane bill hearings this morning. They are House Bill 131, and that will be followed at 10:30 by House Bill 121. And there should be copies in the back of the room. Anything else? Maybe we can first stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And Representative McDonald, would you lead us?
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. There will be several substitutes today. Some of them are here. Some of them had meetings early this morning and will be here shortly. Maybe Representative Dry, our clerk, can go over the substitutes.
Okay. Representative Creation for Representative Woodcock, Representative Damon for Representative Kluger, Representative Bricky for Representative Balboni, and Representative Peternell for Representative Freeman.
Thank you. So we'll have the two non-germane hearings this morning, and then we'll start with the exec session this afternoon at 2 o'clock. And we will be execing those two bills, plus all the remaining retained bills that this committee has. And I think it is most everyone's hope that we will be able to finish up this afternoon and not have to come in tomorrow. And that is definitely a desire on everybody's part. With that, I believe we can commence with the first hearing, and I will turn the gavel over to Vice Chair Noble.
Good morning, everyone. We'll open the hearing for the non-germane amendment to HB 131 relative to bullying and cyberbullying prevention. And I welcome the prime sponsor, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you very much. It's nice to be meeting, hopefully with the last day for the year with the House Education Policy Committee. And my name is Glenn Cordelli. I represent Tufton Borough, Wolfboro, and Ossipee in the beautiful Lakes region. And I'd like to present this non-germane amendment to House Bill 131. This amendment deals with bullying and cyberbullying prevention, and was a Senate bill last year, SB 210, and this non-germane amendment modifies the final version of SB 210 that was passed by the House on the consent calendar and also by the Senate. We had an issue arise in Committee of Conference with the Senate on SB 210 in that they wanted only to study the issue of bullying and cyberbullying, whereas the majority felt that the majority of the House felt that we needed to take some action, as we had already taken action on cyberbullying earlier in the year. I believe that was Representative McDonald's bill that addressed cyberbullying and put new measures in place and definitions for dealing with cyberbullying. So this non-germane amendment, I can walk you through the changes in this to what we had passed last year in SB 210. Basically, the intent is to address some of the issues raised in the House and Senate with SB 210 last year. Plus, we wanted to add language in relation to retaliation, as we did hear testimony last year in SB 210 about retaliation against students and even parents for reporting bullying incidents. So one of the first changes we made is on the bottom of the first page. There was really an error in the bill. Methods of communication shall include, but are not limited to. That really should be a may. May include the handbooks, websites, newsletters, etc., for making a policy known to students and parents. On page 2 is the first place where we insert retaliation, so that there must be procedures for reporting bullying and cyberbullying as well as retaliation. We don't want retaliation against students who report bullying to go under the radar. Also in that section, we add the requirement that school staff members, bus drivers, etc., report incidents to the principal or other school personnel per the district reporting requirements, so that there's no, so that the process is clear for everybody in that regard. Then in subsection H, dealing with the procedure for notification, we add the language that measures being taken to ensure the safety of the student who has been bullied and to prevent further acts of bullying. So we want everyone to be aware that it is incumbent on staff to make sure that the student who has been bullied is not does not get subjected to repeated incidents of bullying. In the next section, in terms of the procedure for investigation of reports of bullying, we changed some of the language in J so that in cases of bullying or cyberbullying across school districts, the principal and designees involved shall be responsible for conducting an investigation and shall collaborate. This is pretty much taken from Representative McDonald's bill last year in relation to cyberbullying. we want to make sure that there is collaboration going on and not just that they are encouraged to collaborate. Then again, in the next section, again, we talk about incidents of retaliation being included in remediation, and that this is.
Representative Cordelli, could you be a little more specific in what line you're looking at?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, yes, in which section? Yeah, section L. I'm going to address next on the bottom of page 2. Beg your pardon?
Madam Chair, I think Representative Cordelli is referring to the document that has the boxes.
Yeah, that's what I'm reading from.
It's the box. Which
I'm sorry,
highlights-
yeah.
It's really easier to follow too.
Right. Hopefully everyone has a copy. This was basically a highlighted version.
This is what you distributed this morning?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's the packet he gave us this morning.
no.
No?
Is there a?
Yes. Yeah. I've got it. Yeah. Do you all have them?
Apparently not everybody does.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so I think the copies are coming around now. Section L, which is on the top of page 3 of the official amendment, is really taken from another another bullying bill that we had last year that did not pass this committee or the House. But this was thought to be a good measure to include, and it requires a conference be held with the perpetrator and parents, if available, to discuss the impacts of bullying.
Representative Cordelli, do you want to make mention particularly,
You go.
Madam Chair, may I misspeak?
Yeah,
Representative Cordelli, as we discussed, you and I, item L below line 36 on the copy that's just been page 2, that's been, Representative Cordelli, you referenced perpetrator. The perpetrator is not in the language in the non-germane amendment that you are presenting, and there will be an amendment presented this afternoon to insert the words "the perpetrator," so that the perpetrator is included in the conference. And mention that while we have this larger audience today. Thank you.
let's allow the sponsor to continue and we can point that kind of stuff out when we have questions. Representative Cordelli, continue,
Thank you.
please.
Further down on we changed the date in Roman 5 to align with where we are currently, and that by January 1st, 2027, there should be in each school district a report available about their policies and how they are integrated into the curriculum, which is already in statute, but we put in a new date for that requirement. Then we insert new Roman 7, which is on the top of page 4, that students who have admitted to or been found to have engaged in harassment, intimidation, or retaliation shall be subject to disciplinary action as well. And that any false reporting of harassment or intimidation or bullying is also subject to disciplinary action by the school district. And then really the only other change is the at the end on page 4 that section 4, which is a repeal, will take effect in 2027 as well. So the intent here is really to address some of the things we learned in the House and Senate last year, to improve communication, make sure that everybody is aware of process and procedures and policies, and also to address incidences of retaliation that might occur. And I thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for taking my question. I noticed throughout the bill, there's really no conversation around what would happen in it requires districts and charter schools to have communication with one another, but there is nothing in statute that also requests if there is a conversation with a private school entity. So I was just curious if that was an omission or if that was...
Right. I think that would involve the cyberbullying bill that we passed and was signed into law last year. I think that is covered in that bill.
So a follow-up then, if I may.
Follow-up.
And then with regard to the prospective repeal versus just a repeal, can you speak to just the general? I haven't seen that before, but I'm just curious when you were asking for prospective repeal.
Just a future repeal. That was language suggested by legislative drafting
To a future legislature?
for future date repeal. Yes.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Representative Hall?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you define, thank you for taking my question here. Could you define on the page 4, oops, sorry, it's wrong page here. It's probably page in here, page 4, yep. Could you define reasonable person, please?
A reasonable
Would it-
person. I think that is a very common language used throughout the statutes, both in terms of criminal and other matters.
Any other questions? Representative Selig?
Thank you. I am a little confused because I'm seeing you're appealing the definition of bullying, and maybe because we were looking at so many different pages, I don't see a new definition, specific, precise definition of bullying. And so if we're removing the definition of bullying and we're then inserting a law that addresses bullying, I'm just trying to understand what the definition now is of bullying.
I believe that this, excuse me, repeals 193 F3, 1B. So leaves in place the first part of that, A, that bullying occurs or is delivered to on school property or school-sponsored activity or event.
But what, I'm sorry, may I ask a follow-up? So then what is the actual definition of the bullying behavior, is my question.
I think that's elsewhere in statute.
May I ask a different question?
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much. So going back to Representative Murray's question about private or parochial or other types of schools, if there's not a cyberbullying incident, but let's say there's a sporting event where students from a private or parochial school are competing against students at a public school, and the students from the private or parochial school are the ones displaying bullying behavior. Based on this, there would be no repercussion for those students, if I'm understanding correctly, and no responsibility from the private or parochial school related to those unless it went to the level of criminal proceedings?
I think certainly that is covered in A, that it occurs at a school-sponsored activity or event or off school property. But also, I think bullying policies and so forth are in place at private schools, but certainly, excuse me, if it's, for instance, an athletic event between, and I'm not sure in what cases there would be an athletic event between a private school and a public school.
We have regular football games in my district against private schools.
Okay.
So
Right. But I would expect that that would be reported if it was a public school as well as a private school. It would be reported, and that the participants and the athletic association would get involved.
to may I clarify, just so there's no consequence for this for the students in the private or parochial school because they don't attend the public school. It's only what would happen through the
This
athletic association.
legislation addresses public and charter public schools. And private schools have their own policies in place regarding bullying and cyberbullying.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess to another question that I have, which is on page 4, lines 21 and 22, where we're talking about the threshold for negligence, reducing it from gross negligence to just negligence. That is a different legal threshold for something. I'm curious to know whether or not, and refresh my memory, I don't believe this had the bill we were talking about previously had a hearing in judiciary or anybody from the AG's office or anyone came to speak to us about changing that threshold, the implications of that.
I don't remember who testified, but I do not offhand recall anyone from those divisions testifying.
Follow up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess that's my question, because then it is further changing the definition of negligence or gross negligence. So it then says means, and it strikes out deliberate indifference and puts a new definition in there. And so when we're talking about litigating something in the court of law or trying to determine what the legal threshold or responsibility is, I'm confused about changing that definition without there being input from somebody in judiciary.
I believe that change was made in SB 210 last year, which passed the House and Senate. No, excuse me, did not pass the Senate.
Representative Damon?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. So, excuse me, I'm back on the repeal of 193 F3 Roman numeral 1B, which when I look it up, the clause that's being proposed to be removed reads, bullying shall include actions motivated by an imbalance of power based on a pupil's actual or perceived personal characteristics, behaviors, or beliefs, or motivated by the pupil's association with another person and based on the other person's characteristics, beliefs, and behaviors. I'm puzzled why we would want to remove that. And if it's helpful for anybody, I'm in
Right,
the
there
red book,
again-
and it's on page 601.
There again, I believe that was part of SB 210 last year.
That it was removed in SB
Right,
210?
yes.
Do we understand why? Sorry. Follow up.
Could you repeat that language? I don't have that in front of me.
The paragraph reads, bullying shall include actions motivated by an imbalance of power based on a pupil's actual or perceived personal characteristics, behaviors, or beliefs, or motivated by the pupil's association with another person and based on the other person's characteristics, behaviors, or beliefs. So we would be, if I understand correctly, removing this part of the definition of bullying based on an imbalance of power related to perception of individuals.
That was what was passed by the House last year. Yes.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Cordelli. Representative Horgan?
Thank you very much. I'm Representative Timothy Horgan from Stratford County District 10, which is the town of Durham, and so I'm opposed to this amendment. The prime sponsor expressed the hope that you could get this done today. I think I'm not sure how realistic that is, given the complexity of the issue and given the problems with the bill. You heard the little byproduct about. So I'm very concerned. First of all, with the deletion of RSA 191-F3 1B. I think that's a very unwise deletion, because it narrows the scope of what can be considered bullying to where there's just an explicit threat of violence, or but there's lots of situations where children in school are being harassed because of what they are or what they're perceived to be, and sometimes especially now where there's racism has become more acceptable recently. Anti-gay sentiments have become more acceptable. Anti-trans sentiments have all become much more prevalent. And of course, sometimes it's hard to tell with the. I'm familiar with the anti-trans things. I know several of the families who are involved in the uproar over trans girls playing sports, which is not the topic of this bill. But I know lots of things happen which are perceived by those families as bullying. They perceive that as adults, and not just their fellow students, but adults trying to prevent their children from doing something which every other child takes for granted that they can do. But that's beside the point. So I think taking out that part of it, that's a very bad idea. I think it's not maybe the ideal language, but I think it's better to have that language in there than nothing at all. And that can even be turned against groups who maybe now feel they're in power. Like I know there's some uproar over a high school student who thinks he's being persecuted because he told his fellow students he was a gun owner, for example. And certainly, I know the majority doesn't want to do anything that would make life harder for gun owners. So that's probably my biggest objection to the bill, is that little thing which was stuck in at the end. I did check the bill docket. Yes, indeed, it is in SB 210.
SB 210, I did not personally vote for it. It passed pretty much on party lines, so there's not unanimous support for what's in SB 210. That's one of the reasons probably why it failed in the committee of conference. So the fact that this was in this, so the fact that you're replicating provisions SB 210 doesn't mean you have to replicate it in this amendment. And also, I think I disagree with the things that were added to 193 F5. Those last three paragraphs, I guess they're five through 7. I think they're unnecessary. Then there's a change. There's subparagraph M in the bill. It sounds good. You're going to have a conference, but it says you have to have the conference even if the parents choose not to participate. So I'm not sure why you're mandating the school officials have to have a conference when there's no one to confer with. Like what's that about? And even the thing with the bus drivers, I'm not sure whether bus drivers should be dragged into this. Or if they see any adult who sees kids being harassed or bullied, certainly should report it. But I don't see why. I'm not sure why they have to be singled out in the bill, especially since, and also it doesn't distinguish between bus drivers who are just driving the children to school in the morning and driving them back in the afternoon versus bus drivers who are driving team buses or charters for school trips too. So I think all of those changes, F93, F5, are unnecessary. So, that said, I'm glad I was an adult who was the subject of bullying when I was a child, and I was probably mean to other kids because sometimes kids who are bullied also bullied other kids. I hope I wasn't guilty of that, but I probably was. But so I'm glad you're taking preventive action against bullying, because I always sort of resent the implication that the solution to bullying is to remove the victim to another school, which I always found that rather offensive, especially since in bullying, it's the kid who's doing the bullying who has the problem, who is the problem. It's not the kid who's the subject of the bullying. That's and I'm glad at least you're recognizing that who has the problem and who doesn't in these bullying scenarios. So, and anyway, you said you'd like to get this done today. I personally, just as one member of the House, I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think what we have here is ready for prime time. And also, one maybe simple thing you could do today or tomorrow, and there is this document here with the boxes on it. You can at least reword what you have, so the stuff that added is in boldface and italics like we expect it to be. So rather than doing a replace all of RSA 193 F5, I think that would be pretty doable. That would first of all, it would take up fewer pages in the fewer pages in the calendar. The first week in January, we're going to have an extremely thick calendar with dozens, maybe hundreds of bills and hundreds of amendments. And so if you can reduce at least this one to a form similar to what's in the document and the boxes in it, that would at least reduce the length of that calendar from whatever 300 pages to 298. So that would at least make life a little bit easier for those of us who are rank and file members trying to figure out what the heck this amendment does. So I'm glad you're trying to do something about bullying, but I don't think this bill is a good solution. I don't think it adds anything positive to what you've already done. And certainly arguing that we have to do things a certain way because it's in SB 210 falls in the is fine, except SB 210 there's not a consensus in support of SB 210, which so I'm just much as the sponsor would like to get this done today so you can wrap up the year with a positive achievement, and I understand that, but I think I don't think you should move forward with this amendment, frankly. And if you do move forward, you can at least reformat it so it's in like a more understandable form, because I saw like those 3 pages of verbiage, and it took me a while to figure out that you're actually only adding things in whatever it is, about
Thank you,
half a dozen
Representative
places.
Morgan.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Okay,
All set,
thank you.
Michelle Wangerin.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Michelle Wongren. I'm an attorney at New Hampshire Legal Assistance. I'm the Youth Law Project Director and have spent, a decade and a half working primarily on school discipline and juvenile justice and child protection issues. And so I'm testifying today in that capacity, and then I'm also part of a policy coalition, the Youth Policy Advocacy Group, which is a coalition of New Hampshire Legal Assistance, Disabilities Rights Center New Hampshire, Waypoint, New Futures, and the Children's Law Center of New Hampshire. And we've all testified and collaborated on what I am here to talk today about. So I am testifying in opposition to this amendment, in large part because of the procedure in which it is going before you. I think this is an incredibly impactful bill in many, many ways, and I am feeling very lucky. I even knew that it is being heard today. I've spoken with other individuals in the education field who had no idea this is going before the committee and certainly didn't have time to prepare testimony or even give much thought to what impact it may have on schools and students. And so at a bare minimum, I would ask for this bill to be rejected today and perhaps go through the ordinary course of the legislative process. So that is my first ask. And with regard to the substance of the bill, first, one thing, so I sent around a document, and I think it's probably a similar document to what you just received from Representative Cordelli, but I had also gone through to try to figure out what the bill does, and so that's the document I circulated. It's probably has nothing different from what you just received. But what I do want to highlight is that in the amended analysis on the last page, and this sort of just goes to the process, it says that it is amending the meaning of negligence as it applies to bullying and cyberbullying. It is adding some reporting requirements to school districts, and it is requiring the anti-bullying policy to be included in the student handbook and requires the victims get copies of that. It does so much more than that. And so I want to take you through a few things that it does in addition to those things. So as you heard before, it adds repeated use of the term retaliation, which is a real issue and does need a real solution. The problem is it's undefined in this bill. What does it mean for a student to be, or a student or parent to retaliate? If this bill were to go forward, I think it needs a definition of retaliation, and that theme is going to come up again. It also imposes reporting requirements on school vendors or contractors. I do school law, but I am not a school lawyer. And I don't know the implications of that. And I think that individuals who are do focus in that area should have an opportunity to weigh in, because that could have some serious implications. It increases notification requirements following reported incidents of bullying, which very well could conflict with federal law. So under federal law, FERPA, a school cannot tell another parent what disciplinary action it imposed on a student who is not that parent, that individual's child. And it appears that a portion of this bill may muddy that water or potentially even require a violation of federal law. And so that's certainly something to be aware of. It requires specific conferences following instances of bullying. I actually like most of this provision. I think that there are certain things that could be worded differently, but as a parent, as you see, my daughter is here, and she's here because she's studying the Constitution and the legislative branches. So this is a fun opportunity for her. But I am a parent, and I think it's very important to have parental involvement when there are bullying issues. And so, whether or not I think this is the best way to write this provision, I think it's an important provision to make sure that there is parent collaboration and solutions developed with the parent of both the perpetrator and the victim. And so I think that actually is worthy of further consideration. It also adds a new definition for a violation of educator misconduct. I'm sure there are individuals who are interested in weighing in on that who likely didn't even know that this bill is being heard. The piece that I care most about in my role as a lawyer for individuals involved in the school discipline process is that it mandates disciplinary action for any admitted or substantiated act of bullying, regardless of circumstance, regardless of age. And then it also mandates disciplinary action for other undefined offenses, including harassment, intimidation, and retaliation. So again, what's the definition of harassment? What's the definition of intimidation? It doesn't say. And it doesn't say that a school may discipline if appropriate. It says it must. And when you're talking about a kindergartner who is engaging in harassing or bullying behavior, whether discipline is the right approach is very different than if you're looking at a 17-year-old. But this doesn't make any it doesn't have any distinguishing features between different populations. It doesn't distinguish between age or disability. It just mandates across the board discipline, and I think that's a real problem. It also deletes, as you recognize from the bullying definition, acts motivated by imbalances of power. And you heard from the prior speaker some types of imbalances of power. I don't remember if he said disability, but that is a big one. And that is part of the reason that language was included, because bullying based on disability, it may look very different than if you're talking about, mean behavior between students who don't have disabilities. So those are the things that it does that are not included in the amended analysis and that didn't give anyone notice of why they should be here today. And because of the replace all nature of the bill, unless you go through that line by line analysis, folks just wouldn't have known what to look for. So again, while I appreciate the increased collaboration, but I do think that this legislation is unsuitable for legislation through a non-germane amendment. So in my capacity, I really want to focus on that section 7, the discipline, the mandating of disciplinary action. So in addition to not distinguishing based on age or disability or any other features, it's also inconsistent with other aspects of the law. So it's inconsistent with paragraph 2L, which, I'm sorry, so I think that's actually current 2L. Hold on. All right, so I just want to make sure that I have this right because I don't know if it's the one that I wrote. Okay, yes, that's right. So 2L in the document that I distributed. So 2L says that under current law, there must be a requirement that the principal or designee develop a response to remediate any substantiated incidents of bullying, cyberbullying, including imposing discipline if appropriate. So how do you reconcile that subsection L, where discipline must be imposed if appropriate, with discipline must be imposed in all instances? You can't. And so that's a concern in terms of just internal consistency within this law. It also is inconsistent with paragraph Roman 4, which allows the school administration to determine the appropriateness of discipline under the circumstances within that paragraph. This paragraph 4, as currently written, allows school districts to collaborate with stakeholders, parents, teachers, to develop their own policies and determine what their values are. And instead of allowing the school boards to develop their bullying policies and use the resources that they may have to implement different types of disciplinary responses, including MTSSB, which many schools have and is a framework that's actually proven to remediate bullying, it would take that power away from those local school districts to think of interesting evidence-based approaches to remediate bullying and would instead require schools to bring the hammer down in a way that has proven to be actually ineffective to remedy bullying if we're talking about exclusionary discipline. If you look at the research out there, there's no evidence that exclusionary discipline is effective because a student is removed and then they come back. If you want to remediate bullying, you need to do peer mediation. You need to, one of the, I think, most evidence-based approaches right now is to teach students how to be active bystanders. And so all of these all of these approaches are part of the MTSSB framework, which you're going to hear a little bit more about through another speaker. The other place that this is inconsistent with current law is that it's inconsistent with the disciplinary statute 193.13, which this committee passed, a few years ago. I was very involved with that, but it was passed on a bipartisan basis, and it requires schools to develop graduated, age-appropriate responses to misbehavior. And again, those are graduated, age-appropriate responses, not necessarily discipline. This, again, would take the power away from districts to determine whether or not discipline is appropriate and would mandate it. So I think for all of those reasons, I would just ask this committee to vote no and use the study committee. I mean, that last year, the Committee of Conference did turn the bullying bills into a study committee. There's a lot of reason that this issue should be studied because it would be nice to have more tools to increase collaboration between parents and districts to remediate acts of bullying. I just don't think this is the right way, and I would ask you to vote no. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to take those.
Before we take questions, I do want to point out that this did go through the normal legislative process. This is actually the second time that we have had a hearing on this particular topic with almost the same language, and it was also noticed in the calendar. So any questions? Representative Selig.
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking my question. I'm wondering if you might, from a legal perspective, have a response to my question about if a student from a private or parochial school is attending something at a public school, the way the bill is currently drafted, is there any consequence to the student from the private or parochial school?
No. Okay. So the school discipline statutes and the bullying law only imposes requirements on public schools and public charter schools. Private schools are excluded universally from the laws imposing discipline because there are a number of reasons for that, but it would not apply to them.
Let me ask a follow-up.
Follow-up.
So in the event a student from a private or parochial school at a sporting event, for example, like my district's football games against a parochial school, if an incident happened where the perpetrators of the bullying behavior were from the private school, where the public school has no legal recourse against them, would the public school in some capacity, based on how this is written, have liability? Because there's a line about a reasonable person and taking action, and I started getting very lost in the legal language.
Yeah, so two great points. One is that the public school would have no jurisdiction to determine what the private school did. What the public school would have the ability to do, I suppose, is to request a law enforcement response if the behavior is criminal. It may or may not be criminal. A lot of bullying actually is not considered criminal. And so the public school may, under the statute, have some requirement to do something, and that may be the only tool in their toolbox. What I will say about the negligence standard, which I realize now that I left out, is that moving from gross negligence to an ordinary negligence standard that has a sort of a different definition of a legal ordinary negligence standard is a real concern, because, and not just because it would, I think it's important that schools follow the bullying law and remediate acts of bullying. But what it would do is it would increase litigation for any mistake in the bullying process. So regardless of whether there's negligence, the amount of litigation would balloon in a way that I can't even, I I am a lawyer for parents. And I can't even imagine the number of parents who would come to me for legal help for a simple a teacher's mistake in the bullying law. And one of the ways I explained it is if a teacher, for instance, sees some classroom misbehavior on a student or sees a kid in their classroom being mean to another student, and they address it in their own classroom, as many teachers would in that situation, but they don't know that it happened in 3 other classes, and so they didn't take it to administration. Is that negligence because they didn't report an act of bullying because they had no idea that it extended farther than their own class? That's a real concern, the amount of litigation that would bring. And I do think schools must be held accountable to implement the bullying law, but I don't know that reducing this to an ordinary negligence standard is the right way to do it, because schools would be spending all their time litigating and not time implementing the bullying law, and most importantly, educating our children.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for taking my question. Going back to the conversation around FERPA and the conferences, with an alleged perpetrator and victim, is it clear that whether or not these 2 individuals would be in the same room? Would they be separate? It does say that even whether or not the parents are present, it would occur. So I'm just curious to know, as far as that conversation, how the conference would be structured or worked.
Well, so I think the conference is actually different. So the conference is in M, because that requires the conference with the parent. The FERPA concern is actually in subparagraph I, because it says that the content of the notification, and this is talking about the notification of the 48-hour notification of that bullying occurred to the parents or guardian of the perpetrator and the victim. So it says the content of the notification shall comply with FERPA, and then it says, and the measures being taken to ensure the safety of the student who has been bullied and to prevent further acts of bullying. So what I read that, and I think there may be a word missing, but when I read that, I see it mandating the school to tell the victim's family what specific measures are being taken to ensure the safety of the children. So if that means we're developing a travel path so that the students don't cross, that's appropriate. If it's we disciplined the other student in this specific way, that would be a violation of federal law. And so that's where this becomes unclear, whether or not it's mandating that a school tell the parents of the victim the specific disciplinary measures they're imposing against the other child.
Follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess that was my question. Does that occur in the conference portion, or where would that occur?
So this is the 48-hour notice. So I think that under this provision, it would need to occur when that original notification is happening, which I might add is also before bullying is even substantiated. So I think it also applies to remedial measures that are in place while the school investigates bullying. But I do think that's unclear. And I do think it could be together with the conference if the conference happens within 48 hours. But I don't read new subsection M as requiring them to be one and the same. And honestly, if it were me and I were the district, I would want to have the conference after the act of bullying is substantiated, so that, because that's when you really put the measures in place, is after the investigation and after you know what's occurred, as opposed to at that 48-hour notification when you say, look, this happened, or we think this might have, it was reported that this happened and we're now investigating it.
Thank you very much.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. Really appreciate you being here. I did have a question, though, about the timeline. So knowing that we have this hearing today, we also had hearings on SB 210 and House Bill 108, which did pass both bodies on a voice vote. You were in favor of a study committee, but what's to say that we've already been working on this for the better part of a year, that it won't be another year, another 5 years to address bullying, and while we wait, what will happen to the victims?
Well, I think that there is a bullying policy in place now, and schools do have bullying policies. Whether or not they're being implemented effectively, I think is sometimes the question. Because, you know, when I read the bullying law and the school bullying policies, they're actually quite good. They already mandate notification to parents. They already mandate an investigatory process. They already mandate a remediation process for substantiated acts of bullying. What I hear from parents is that they feel like the bullying policy isn't being followed. And that's a different issue. I mean, you can't, if a law isn't being implemented appropriately, the answer isn't always to change the law. It's to change the enforcement process. So right now, if a student does not believe that the school is following the discipline or the bullying policy appropriately and doing the investigation and doing the notification and doing the remediation, the recourse currently is to appeal whatever administrative action is being taken or the bullying finding to the school board. And then they have a second appeal right to the state board. And so notifying parents and potentially encouraging parents to use that process that already exists when they feel like their concerns about bullying isn't being heard, I think that would be great. And that's certainly what, you know, as an attorney, I advise people to do is follow that process. I don't know why it's not working effectively, but I don't think changing the law is necessarily the answer here. Although, like I said, I do like the provisions that mandate increased collaboration between schools and parents. I think that's important, and I think that would actually make the parties on both sides of the issue feel better, because it helps the victim feel heard and appreciated, and it also helps the perpetrator's family support the problem, support remediation of the problem, which again isn't always discipline. Sometimes it's, if you're talking about a kindergarten, a kindergartner, they make mistakes. If you're talking about like a sixth grader who's saying inappropriate, like if you talk about like a sixth grade boy who starts saying inappropriate things to girls, I mean, not okay. Not okay. But is it in the realm of normal? Kind of. Should it be supported by parents to tell their kid to stop doing that? Absolutely. Do they need to be suspended? I don't know. I mean, I'm not a parent of boys. I have girls, but and girls do the same things. I mean, they all. It doesn't matter who the kids are. They make mistakes, and we want to help them grow. We don't want to isolate them from school, which to the point where they become angry and disconnected. That's not the right approach for these kids, particularly when they're young.
Follow up. I really appreciate that. I'm just looking for more of an answer to how much longer before we can pass something, in your opinion. If we had a study committee, how long would it go for?
Well, I mean, that's kind of it depends on how long the study committee. I honestly don't know how long the study committee was designed for, but usually they're designed for a year, and then they recommend legislation after they've heard from everyone. And when I worked on, I don't remember if the school discipline bill was a formal study committee, but we had a lot of people in the room who worked on that, and we passed versions of that language around among advocates and school folks and legislators, and it was a good process. And in the end, it passed in a bipartisan way, with everyone feeling like maybe people had different gripes with it, but people felt like it was okay. And I think the same could be done here. And I don't think it has to be in a study committee process, but it has to be done in a process where language is passed around and edited. And
Thank you.
your process is probably different than my process, what I would do.
Thank you very much. We're a little behind. We're going to move on. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're way behind. We are going to move on. You can ask the next person. Emma Savini.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Emma Savini. I'm the Children's Behavioral Health Policy Coordinator at New Futures. New Futures is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that solves problems through policy change, and we're focused on health across the lifespan. I am here today. I'd really like to start by just saying we recognize that bullying is an issue. We appreciate the intention behind this bill and agree that we all want safe, healthy schools for our students where they can go and feel good enough and ready to learn. But we do have some concerns with the language of this bill, particularly with the section 7 that was highlighted by the last speaker, Ms. Wongren. So we are in opposition to the language as presented because of that provision. We think that there may be some opportunities because preventing bullying is such a priority of this committee, which is great to hear. We think there are some opportunities to maybe use evidence-based practices and best practices that have been proven to work in New Hampshire, as opposed to mandating discipline, especially concerning are those exclusionary discipline tactics like suspension and expulsion. So I'll just highlight that MTSSB, the multi-tiered system of supports for behavioral health, is a framework of different strategies that are customizable to each school or district that chooses to implement it. It is part of our state's system of care statute, RSA 135F, which was implemented in 2016. And I just want to highlight, I think you all received copies. If not, I have copies for all of you. This bullying report put out by the Department of Education. It's an interesting trend line. You'll see in 2016, the incidence of bullying start to go down significantly until COVID hits. And that's interesting when you overlay the implementation of the system of care statute where MTSSB was implemented as well. It's kind of, in my opinion, showing that MTSSB did make a significant impact on the incidence of bullying in our schools, reducing it. And then once COVID hits, we all know it was really hard for school districts to reach children. Children's mental health across the board suffered. And then from there, many of the grants and funding opportunities for the MTSSB system essentially dried up. So it was harder for schools to implement, get coaching on how to implement it in their districts, for new districts to start implementing it. And so you see that number start to have an issue rebounding back down to where it was before COVID. So when we think of all of that, I want to point out a few features of MTSSB that have been shown to work. So if you go to the federal government's anti-bullying, stopbullying.gov, which is managed by our federal Department of Health and Human Services, they even highlight this program as reducing bullying by 20 to 23% across the country. In New Hampshire, we know that this is a program that when implemented, affects all students with anti-bullying, school culture and climate programs. So the way MTSSB works is there are tiers. So that first tier that includes the anti-bullying piece impacts all students. So this could be something as simple as teaching kids what to do if they witness bullying, teaching kids how to be nice to each other in schools, teaching kids about social norms and preparing them for workplace readiness in high school so that when they get to an office for the first time, they know what the social norms are there and aren't bullying people in their office. This program has also been really highlighted for encouraging that parental involvement that the last speaker also highlighted as a really important feature. We know that when parents are involved, outcomes for students are way better across the board. We have better academic outcomes, we have better physical health outcomes, we have better mental health outcomes. So a core feature across the board, no matter how MTSSB is implemented, how it's customized for each school or district, is involving parents and making sure they are at the table to ensure that the customs and norms that work for their family are implemented at the school and vice versa. So what MTSSB is doing is helping schools prevent bullying. So I think while this bill is absolutely well-intentioned and it's well-intentioned to keep kids safe and healthy in their schools, I think a better alternative would be to look at MTSSB and how we can support that program that has already been shown to work, that is working for schools across our state, and think of ways we can bolster that state initiative. I'll also just flag the exclusionary provisions, or the exclusionary discipline provision is really concerning, because when we think about kids getting expelled or secluded or suspended, that creates feelings of isolation and creates feelings of rejection, and those have really negative mental health and physical health outcomes. In particular, students who have experienced high rates of seclusion through expulsion or suspension have higher rates of anxiety and depression. So it's just kind of like a never-ending cycle of poor mental health outcomes turning into bullying, then going through this disciplinary action, which then furthers that poor mental health outcome. So that cycle, if we can kind of stop it and do some other intervention that maybe helps the child, like MTSSB, I think it would be much more beneficial to our schools, students, and parents. Happy to take any questions.
Representative Damon.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question and helping us. So the cycle that you just described, resulting in higher rates of depression and anxiety when the exclusionary discipline practices are utilized, does that then also increase the likelihood of that student continuing to bully?
I don't know that I've come across data specifically with that point, but we do know that when students, bullying is considered an ACE, so an adverse childhood experience. So when students experience violence, they're more likely to perpetrate violence because they are traumatized. So that's a cycle that has been studied and proven or shown.
Thank you. Can I follow up?
Follow up?
This is actually a separate question. I wanted to hear from you about the current frequency of implementation of MTSSB. Are all school districts utilizing that, or what can you tell us about that?
I am not clear on the exact number. That is something I could easily get and report back, but it is not fully implemented across our state. Not every single district has it. And in fact, in the last budget, I know it was a very tight budget, so I understand there were tough decisions that had to be made, but the office that does the coaching to help schools implement that was significantly cut back. There were 4, I believe, positions that were reduced in the state budget, so I think there's only 1 person there right now, and that would significantly reduce the ability for that office to help coach up and train schools on how to implement this.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm just thinking about whether or not the change in the legal definition and threshold of negligence versus gross negligence, compared with the exclusionary methods, could potentially increase as a result of that change in the definition of negligence. Do you think that it could be applied differently or disproportionately as a result of changing the definition of negligence?
If I understand your question correctly, are you suggesting that because schools have this lower burden of or lower threshold of negligence, they'd be more likely to implement exclusionary discipline? I mean, I am not an educator, I'm not a school administrator, so I can't necessarily tell you what their methods are for determining the appropriateness of a type of discipline they decide, but I do think it's important to just keep in mind that when schools have lower burdens to be sued or receive, when there is a lower burden to get sued, schools may act more conservatively, and that could impact student outcomes.
Representative Litchfield.
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. I just feel as though I'm missing something, and I'm hoping that you can help me out with this. So when we're talking about investing time, money, and resources into some of these programs, what is an acceptable success rate? Because I feel as though I'm hearing you say about 20%, possibly 23%. And literally, I'm very black and white. The first thing that goes through my mind is if I'm terminally or I'm detrimentally ill and I go to the doctor and they say, let's try this treatment, there's a 23% success rate. I'm not feeling so good when I walk out. So can you help me just understand how does it work with programming?
I'm not sure I'm not a data scientist. I think it's more of a statistical significance. If there's a statistical significance and improvement, then that would be considered a success. So when we're looking at evidence-based practices, those have shown a statistical significance in improving outcomes. And I don't know the exact definition or if there's like a magic number they have to reach, but I do know that there is a clearinghouse that rigorously reviews the practices and procedures of these programs, any program that is going through an evidence-based trial, to ensure that the evidence does show it works.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caitlin Bernier.
Good morning. Thank you for listening to my testimony. My name is Caitlin Bernier, and I live in Merrimack, where I am an avid volunteer. I am on the district budget committee, the planning and building committee, and I am a mother of 2 children. I am here today just speaking for myself, and I am in opposition of the amendment to this bill. Bullying and cyberbullying prevention is an important and worthy topic to address as it relates to supporting our students, families, and schools. I am concerned about the language in this bill and that it does not consider those with disabilities or on a 504. The uniform discipline approach does not work for all of our students. And as somebody stated before, some students have been bullied, and that is why they're bullied, and disciplining them in a punitive way may not be what they need. They might need to figure out what they went through and those kinds of things. So that same approach doesn't really help everybody. When I looked online at our most current New Hampshire bullying report, I noticed that there was an overall increase of just 13 documented reports of bullying, and mostly at the middle school. And I'm not sure if that means the documentation isn't being done in the other schools, or if we're truly having a decrease in those other schools. And I'm not sure if this bill addresses the documentation part. As a parent who has had a child who has been bullied, it is hard for the child to come forward. It is hard for the parent to communicate with the school. I have had a person say to me before that if you report this, it's going to go on that child's record, and do you want to do that? I want my child to not be bullied. I don't want that child to be bullied or bullying anybody or anybody else being bullied, but that shouldn't be maybe where our brain goes. The administration shouldn't be, I need to be reporting, report. We should all be thinking first and foremost about our students and the impact that bullying is having on them. The last bit that I have is that I'm concerned that with this bill's new verbiage, it opens the door for those looking to move their child to an out-of-district school and having the home district pay full cost, as that is, bullying is a reason that somebody could leave, and proving it would get easier with this verbiage in the bill, and that would add a cost to the school district if they have to pay for somebody to be going out of district. That is all that I have, and I am open to any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Karen Rosenberg.
Good morning. I'm Karen Rosenberg. I'm the policy director at the Disability Rights Center, the state's protection and advocacy system for students and adults and everyone with disabilities. I'm also an attorney, and I've practiced for too many years. In any event, I don't want to take a lot of your time, but I just wanted to highlight a few things for you. One is that bullying is is terrible for those who have experienced it. And if you look at the report that Emma Savini handed out to you from the department, you'll see that there has been improvements in a number of bullying incidents and the number of founded incidents, and that right now it looks like the percentage, if you do the math, has gone from founded incidents about 0.5% in 2018 to 2019, that school year, to the last school year, to about 0.4%. So there have been improvements made when you look at student enrollment in bullying. Our office is concerned with this amendment, however, because although bullying, especially repeated bullying, which seems to be one of the items that's tracked, and you can see that a high percentage of the founded bullying incidents are incidents where it's more than one incident targeted against a particular student, that it's still a problem. And what we need to do is figure out, well, what are the appropriate solutions here? From a disability rights perspective, like our office hears from parents whose students have disabilities and are bullied because of their disabilities. And it's not a lot. This school year, I mean, it's still pretty early in the school year. We've only had 2 or 3 complaints so far, but it is, barely November. But I have to say, one thing that's different this year than previous years, at least so far, is that we're getting fewer complaints that schools aren't doing what they're supposed to do. In the past, one of the most prevalent complaints that we got from parents who reported issues around bullying of their children was that schools weren't following through on what their obligations were. Now, like I said, it's early, but early indicators are that this may be improving a bit. So that is a positive trend. Parental involvement in these instances is really paramount. And one thing that this amendment seeks to do is to create a meeting with the parent of the victim and also the parent of the perpetrator. And that's an important piece, right? Because we really want to end bullying. We want safe schools. One thing that's troubling, though, about the way that this is written is that there doesn't appear to be any obligation on the part of the school district to try to ensure that this meeting occurs in a way that parents can actually participate. And the meeting will occur with or without the parent. I mean, that's not going to help parent involvement. It's not going to create parents' buy-in to any kind of responses to bullying or to how behavioral interventions might help their student to learn appropriate behavior. So, I mean, it's an area that could be improved with this bill and this amendment to really try to figure out, are there efforts that schools should be making that are better than they're doing now to involve parents in the solution. We're also very concerned about the notion that every student who either admits to or is found to have engaged in harassment, intimidation, or bullying would be subjected to discipline, to include exclusionary discipline out of school discipline or expulsion. It's highly concerning because for the students with disabilities, their interest is in not having to endure further bullying. Actually, it's not just students with disabilities, but all students. Suspension, expulsion does not actually solve the problem. It doesn't teach kids what they need to do, what are the expectations for their behaviors, how, if they have an issue, how they can express it in an appropriate way, how problems can be resolved in an appropriate way, if that's what's created the bullying, what's the cause of it. So it really doesn't protect students who are victims necessarily, because those students will be returning to the schools and they will not have learned, much about how to interact appropriately with their peers. They'll learn that if they act inappropriately, they can get out of school in some cases, which is not helpful. And it doesn't seem to further the purpose of what we're trying to do here, which is to create safe environments for everybody and use teachable moments. It's also interesting to look at the Department of Education's report to see where the bullying is occurring, at least in the reported incidents. And it is interesting to note that there have been really steep decreases in cyberbullying. But that where we see not much progress, that's probably the middle schoolers. So we're talking like 10, 11, 12-year-olds, maybe 13-year-olds. So if that's where we're seeing the issue, like that seems to me like a place to study. Like how can we reach, what are we doing wrong here that we're not reaching middle schoolers in the way that like it's precipitously dropped off in high school, for example, according to these reports. So our office sees this as important to address. We don't feel that this particular amendment addresses it appropriately or in a way that is going to be effective. I'm not sure that the study bill passed this past session. I think there is a new LSR for a study committee. I know you're tired of studying this. I get it, but we want to do it right. And at least there has been some progress over time. So thank you all for your efforts, and I'm happy to take questions if you have any.
Representative Bricky.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. So last year, this body passed a cell phone bill. Do you see it as maybe a way that it would help with the cyberbullying and would be another reason to wait and study how things are going?
Well,
especially at the middle school.
I mean, that is an interesting hypothesis. It might be one to check out. I mean, it is hopeful that cyberbullying has gone down, at least according to these reported incidents. But where there's that concern, it's not a bad hypothesis.
Representative Dry.
Thank you. I understand the problem of getting together a meeting that involves a student and the parents. And we've discussed this a lot, how to get them both in the same room and allow parents to be involved in this. But if parents refuse to do that, am I hearing that you don't think there should be any meeting with the student?
No, I think what I'm saying is I think there needs to be an effort to accommodate parent schedules. And this is a meeting that, as I understand it, it's a conference with the parents. I'm reading this as on page 3 of the version I have, with the parents or guardians of the perpetrator and school personnel that includes at a minimum the impacts of bullying. So I would see that as an opportunity to involve the parent in any strategizing around how to improve their students' behavior. And so I think that there may be some parents who absolutely refuse to engage in that process, and you're going to get nothing out of those parents, right? But I think there are parents who I assume want their children to learn to grow up to be decent people and want help from the school district to help them to, help their children to grow to be responsible, humane adults. And this presents an opportunity for those parents to be part of the problem solving, right? So does that make sense?
Yes. Follow up? Okay. I don't see anything in there that precludes that happening.
It doesn't preclude it, but the way it's written, I can envision a school sending out a notice to a parent saying, you're hereby, we're holding a meeting on Thursday, whatever date at 11 a.m. to discuss this. And if you're not there, it's going to take place without you. And parents work. Parents don't all have jobs that allow them to, on short notice, take off from work. This is unclear about whether a remote meeting might even be possible. It seems like we would want to encourage parent participation, and rather than set up something which would allow school district to just do what I just said and essentially railroad the parent.
You have another one?
Well, I'm just going to say, I don't see anything that precludes that from happening. What do you think? Stronger language would do that?
Well, like I said, I don't know that it precludes it, but it also doesn't encourage parental involvement. It sort of goes halfway by creating this meeting, which I see as an opportunity. But the sentence that says the conference shall occur even if the parents or guardians decline to participate or fail to attend. What we're missing in between there is any requirement that the school district try to work out some way, a collaborative way that would encourage and enable the parent to participate.
Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for taking my question. One thing I'm curious about, I know that when there are concerns for civil rights violations, whether it's regarding a disability or not, those are sometimes referred elsewhere or outside of, or involve another entity. So my question would be, within that report that is requested or required, it doesn't necessarily state all of those sort of changes or referrals that might happen if there is a civil rights concern in the report. So I was just curious to know, is that in addition to, I know we report on those incidents to the department that already exists. Is this in addition to that report?
I'm kind of confused by your question. Are you talking about reports like to the Office of Civil Rights?
Correct. So would that be noted in this required reporting on, I think it's on page 4.
So, excuse me.
Let's see, hold on.
So the reporting under 193 F6, as I understand, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
As I understand it, those are reports that have followed the 193 F protocol. So the school's bullying policy that they have promulgated.
Okay.
A student could, a parent could file a civil rights violation with another entity for bullying based on the students belonging to a protected category like disability, right? Or race, or, but that would be something different. It might not be just bullying. It could be for other kinds of civil rights violations as well.
Right. Okay, thank you.
One more question, Representative Sally.
Thank you. I was just thinking about your comment about if students with an IEP or 504 are subject to being suspended or and I'm going to focus on suspension as opposed to expulsion. During the time of their suspension, who's fiscally responsible for making sure the child is still getting their IEP or 504 needs met?
The school district is still responsible for educating students. So actually I focused more on like something a little bit different, but it is true that it is very problematic when a student with a disability is suspended. So they can be suspended under federal law for up to 10 days, just like any other student, for a violation of code of conduct. And during that time, they are just suspended. If the suspension is extended beyond 10 days, then they are entitled to an education, and it may have to be, depending on what the circumstances are, it might be in a different environment. There would have to be a manifestation determination. There would have to be a meeting to figure out whether the violation of the code of conduct involved the student's disability, was directly related to that, or the failure to follow the student's IEP. Either way, the school district is responsible for educating those students. But being excluded from the school is not helpful to a student with disabilities.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Becky Wilson.
Good morning, members of the committee. Becky Wilson from the New Hampshire School Boards Association. The majority of the points that I was going to make have been made by previous speakers, so I will not hold the committee up with extensive rehashing of all of those. We do share a lot of concerns about the conflicting timelines that are in this amendment with other timelines that are already put into place, things like manifestation determination meetings, bullying investigation timelines, et cetera, the vague definitions that are in this amendment, and the concerns that would have around whether or not teachers or students are potentially making reports about what they perceive to be bullying, whether or not it was what was the word that was used in here, a false claim. I mean, if a teacher is making a report to administration about bullying that they believe to be true, and then they complete the bullying investigation and find out it was not actually meeting the definition of bullying, is that teacher then potentially going to be subject to private right of action for false reporting, which could affect their license under the code of conduct? And for students as well. I mean, we want to encourage students to be able to talk to the staff at school and make reports about things that they see are concerning. But if they're also then going to be potentially punitively disciplined somehow for making a false report at the end of the day, is that going to preclude students from wanting to come forward and talk about some of these things because they're not sure about what the outcome is going to be, or because they've been told that anybody who participates in bullying is going to be suspended or potentially expelled. So I think there's a lot of nuance to this amendment, and a lot of overlay of other processes that are going to cause this to be really confusing, both for staff and for students, and also for families who are looking for some sort of resolve for incidences that they believe are harmful to their kids that they are trying to have addressed at the school level. So we share all of those concerns. Having worked in a middle and high school for the majority of my career when I was a school administrator, I will tell you middle school is notorious for challenges in this area because you have a lot of kids who are at an age where their entire life is about quick judgments and misinterpretation of social situations and trying to find their way. We get a lot of bullying reports in middle school. That is absolutely true. When you go through the bullying investigation process, which you can do with fidelity as a school administrator, a lot of those incidences, even though they might be mean, even though kids might be in a fight, does not meet the statute definition of bullying, does not mean that it's not being addressed. But I think the overlay of this amendment might cause a lot of confusion in this area, to a previous speaker's point, where people feel like kids are being bullied and it's not being addressed. So I just would caution the committee to sort of take this amendment as is and encourage a lot more conversation around that. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any question? Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for taking my question. So I just want to be clear here. So one concern that you're sharing, if I heard you correctly, is a potential chilling effect on the conversation of whether it's mandated reporting or a student learning how to exercise their voice and saying, if you see something, say something. So is that what you were getting at, the essence of like there being a chilling effect on?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I think it's on page 4, line 3, in terms of the educator code of conduct, that if they make a false report, they could be subject to losing that it's considered a violation of the code of conduct. Again, I would like to believe that most teachers are not out there making false reports intentionally of bullying on students' behalf. However, if somebody reports something that they believed to be true. And again, a lot of these incidences that are being reported to staff are coming potentially from students who are coming in and talking to a teacher about a concern that they might have, and then the teacher is expected to report that. We don't want teachers doing their own investigation outside of the administrative investigation to determine whether or not they should report it to administration. It starts to get really down a rabbit hole of confusion. We want teachers and kids to be able to make these claims without worrying about losing their teaching license, or being subject to their parents being called in for a meeting and potentially getting suspended.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Becky. Anne-Marie Banfield.
Good morning. Okay, thank you. For the record, my name is Anne-Marie Banfield. I'm a parent advocate in New Hampshire, and I've worked with parents across the state who are struggling with bullying in our schools. While children are not always kind to one another, we rely on adults in our schools to recognize those moments as opportunities to teach, correct, and guide. Many of these parents have come in here and spoken before this committee. Now, I don't identify them because I respect their right to privacy, but I can tell you I've worked with many of the parents who have come in here and spoken to this committee, so you've heard their stories. Some of them have left the public schools, some of them have not, but I can tell you that this is not working in our state right now. Is it working in some schools? Absolutely. Absolutely, we have some great administrators that are handling these problems. Not in all. Bullying goes far beyond occasional unkindness. According to stopbullying.gov, bullying is defined as unwanted, aggressive behavior among school-aged children that is repeated or has the potential to be repeated over time. It can be physical, verbal, social, cyberbullying. At public hearings where parents explain why they have withdrawn their children from public schools, bullying is a common reoccurring theme. You've heard it. If you haven't, go back and watch the testimony on the school choice programs that have been introduced. Yet ultimately, some ultimately have to remove their children from school altogether to keep them safe. While our current bullying law provides a foundation, it falls short in several key areas. One of the most significant issues is who determines whether an incident qualifies as bullying. That decision is left to school administrators, and what I have found deeply concerning is that even when a student engages in repeated harassment, retaliation, resulting in some suspensions, or even police reports, administrators will still refuse to classify it as bullying. So your bullying reports to the Department of Education, I would not trust them because I don't think they're all being reported. So if you're going on that data, I can tell you firsthand that I don't think a lot of this stuff is going reported. To the average parent or community member, these behaviors clearly meet the definition of bullying. Harassment, if you ask an average parent, they're going to say, if it's repeated harassment, I would consider that bullying. Same with retaliation. I think most people think in those terms. Yet under the current system, the definition is so narrow that many incidents go unrecognized and unreported. The result is that students remain unprotected and parents lose faith in the process. The problem is made worse by the imbalance of power that exists between parents and school districts. When parents challenge administrative decisions, they often face district legal teams funded by the taxpayers whose children are harmed, while most parents cannot afford legal representation. This dynamic mirrors the same imbalance of power that defines bullying itself. I believe that adding retaliation and the term harassment to the law is an important step forward. Clear, consistent language is essential to ensure that schools cannot sidestep their responsibility to address these behaviors promptly and effectively. In its current form, the law leaves a loophole large enough to allow significant harm to go unaddressed or unreported. Sometimes it is addressed, but it's not being reported. By clarifying the definition and strengthening the protections, we can give families the confidence that their concerns will be taken seriously. That's my testimony. However, I'd like to address a few things that were brought up. Discipline, we're assuming that discipline means expulsion and suspension. That's not what it always means. Discipline can mean redirecting, apologizing, preventative, supportive, corrective measures, teaching responsibility, self-control, instruction, and rewards. We had information on MTSSB. I'd like to see independent, peer-reviewed studies that has had a significant impact on our schools. Anecdotally is not good enough. I would like to see independent studies, because some of the independent studies I've read, some of the studies that I've read have come from not independent sources. So I get studies sent to me all the time on MTSSB, SEL, things like that. And when you go to the source is connected with CASEL. CASEL is the main gatekeeper to all SEL programs. So I'm saying if you're going to accept that as a significant improvement in our schools, then you need to see an independent peer-reviewed study from an independent source. Because I can tell you in Keene, they have MTSSB in their schools. And several years ago, teachers left in droves because the behavior was out of control. And guess what the Keene School Board did recently? They voted to bring back in suspensions and expulsions because of the behavior problems. In terms of FERPA, I've sat in these meetings with these parents, school board members, attorneys, administrators. So in terms of FERPA, I've sat in these meetings. I've asked what has happened to the perpetrator that's being accused of this bullying. And I get that information. I don't get their name. I don't ask for their name. I respect their privacy rights. But I get that information. They can give you information without violating the law. I don't see in this law where it says that they are required to share that information with the parent. These schools have been dealing with this. They know what they can give and what they can't give. But what's interesting is that a lot of these programs in the MTSSB are behavior programs. There are a lot of online programs right now that's collecting this information, personally identifiable information on these students, and that goes unaddressed. So this information is easily shared. There's no privacy rights in here, but I can tell you sometimes that does happen. And the school administrators know what they can share and what they can't share. Adding retaliation and adding harassment is key, because what happens is, and we had one person say that you can't do anything until it rises to the level of bullying. But according to them, a lot of times this isn't bullying. And you know what? Sometimes it's not. Sometimes kids are just mean to each other. I get that. But I can tell you, I've seen police reports. I've seen the schools define this as harassment and retaliation, and repeatedly. And guess what? Didn't rise to the level of bullying, so therefore it's not reported. Something has to be done. Everybody's advocating for something to be done, but nothing is being done. So if you're advocating for it, and if this is not good enough, then please sit down and do something. This is driving people out of the public schools. I can tell you that. They've told you that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. We'll close the hearing on HB 131. We're going to take a 5-minute break before we start the next hearing.
Did you use the copy of the copies for all? I do. I have them, and I feel so much better not killing the tree.
And to testify on this next one, can you please put your pink card in so I know how many? I'll come over. We're going to open up the hearing on HB 121, the non-germane amendment to HB 121 relative to school district financial requirements and district probation processes. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. For the record, Glenn Cordelli, representing Tufton Borough, Wilkesboro, and Ospey in the Beautiful Lakes region. And I am pleased to present this non-germane amendment to House Bill 121. This amendment tries to address what has happened in Claremont and the prospect for future similar problems developing, as we've heard and seen reports of other school districts running into financial problems. But I think Claremont was or is a case study of failure. It's a failure of auditing, a failure of communication, failure of accountability, and a failure of transparency. And I try to address those areas in this amendment. You'll see that there are different sections of our statutes covered in this amendment. The first number of sections address auditing, which are in RSA 21J, and they address municipal as well as school district issues with audits. But what do we know happened in Claremont? First of all, audits were not done for years. But who knew? The law requires audits to be done within 1 year of the close of books, but they were not. Who knew, and what was the penalty, if any? The DRA commissioner has the authority to fine districts or towns if audits are not done by the due date, but they were not done, and that spanned years. There is in law the requirement for an audit summary to be made available to local officials. But did local officials know? Didn't DOE know? No, they did not. And as a matter of fact, DOE was provided with false, misleading information. A failure of audits, communication, and accountability. In terms of communication, as I just mentioned, the Department of Education did not know this was going on. The reports they got from Claremont on their standard reporting form called the DOE 25 painted a completely different picture of the financial status of the district. Did the public know? Was these lack of audits ever discussed in a school board meeting? Failure of communication. Accountability. Who is accountable for this? We see that there has been some suspension and suspension without pay now of certain individuals, and other individuals have left. But where has been the accountability in this process? And transparency. This goes back to the communication. Who knew this was going on until everything hit the fan, so to speak, this fall when the information came out about a $5 million deficit. What we try and do in this amendment is to address many of those issues. First of all, as you'll note on the first page of the amendment, that the requirement for conducting audits is changed from 1 year after the close of books to 4 months. In addition, it requires a copy of the completed audit to be posted on the governing body's website, along with the findings and recommendations, and that those will be reviewed at the next public meeting of the governing body, whether it's a town, city, or a school district. Communication. In the next section, which goes over, I believe, to page 2, in 21J20, this deals with the ability of the DRA commissioner. And currently, the commissioner may cause an audit to be made whenever conditions arise, and as often as once every 2 years. We changed that provision so that the commissioner, DRA commissioner, can cause either a financial or a forensic audit to be performed. Two different, very different things. I do not believe that a forensic audit is even being performed in Claremont, and should be. In addition, if a school district is involved in these matters, the DRA commissioner shall notify the Department of Education commissioner, so the Department of Education is aware of what's going on as well. Next, section 21J, J21, I believe goes over to the top of page 3. And this is about the publication of the audit report. And it eliminates some of the language about just a summary has to be made available. We want the entire audit and finding and recommendations to be posted on the government website and addressed at the next public meeting so that the public is aware. Again, communication and accountability. I skipped over one section that I wanted to address. It's on page 2, J20A, notification is required. This is about the failure to complete an audit and notifications that are to be made. Currently, there is a fine that can be made by the Department of Revenue Administration of up to $250 a day, commencing 90 days after the department has provided written notice to the governing body. We changed that to a fine of up to $500 a day, commencing 60 days after the department has provided written notice. We strengthen the provisions in this section of law. Next, I'd like to address, moving on to the some of the Department of Education related statutes. On page 3, number 5, school money, you'll see that there is failure to report is dated no later than September 1st, and that a new paragraph is added, and that requires that if the reporting is not made, that the department may determine whether there was a reasonable delay in the audit, and if there was not a reasonable delay, they may withhold funding from the district. Then we get into, what happens. We know that the department is now to be notified about what's going on. But what action can be taken? Last year, we passed House Bill 752, which provided provisions for charter schools to be put on probation under a number of different circumstances. Well, I think that Claremont has taught us that maybe it should not just be charter schools that can be placed on probation, but traditional public schools as well. So that is what is covered in Section 7 toward the bottom of page 3. And it specifies that a district can be put on probationary status for up to 6 months, I believe it is. Yep, 6 months under following circumstances. And these circumstances are pretty much the exact same ones that are in statute now, that are in law, that relate to charter schools. I think the only exception is that the charter school law, if there's a violation of their charter, they can be put on probation, and naturally that doesn't apply here. But we do cover that the school has failed to meet standards for fiscal management, material violations, the school district becomes financially unstable, and the school fails to comply with reporting requirements. If the school has identified problems and remedies them, there would be no cause to put them on probation. But if the school fails to remedy the causes of the problem, then the Department of Education would have the ability to put them on probation. This provision you'll see in Roman 2 requires notice in writing to the school district, including the school board members. The school board has to be involved in this. They clearly weren't in Claremont. And too many times I think we've heard and seen that school boards think that they report to the superintendent, other than the reverse being this case. Notification of the probation status should also be made to the legislature and the governor's office so that, again, communication, everybody knows what's going on. And this probationary period can last for 6 months in order to give the district time to address the problems that have been surfaced. If, however, things are not remedied, what then? Do we just throw up our hands and walk away? No. I say no. There are many options that could be put into place here, but you'll see on page 4, I believe it is, that we provide for the department to appoint or hire an administrator to basically oversee the corrective actions to be taken in the district. The state board then gets involved and has options for which they can provide the administrator with certain authorities. And those are listed in the bill. And they range, and these are, the state board may use, may provide these authorizations to the administrator. It's not a shall. The administrator can override decisions of the school board. They can attend and should attend all the meetings of the school board and administrative staff and provide updates as to what's going on, again, so that everyone knows what's going on. Communication. Work to establish an implementation strategy to inform the families and the public about what's going on also. The the administrator may be provided with the authority to supervise day-to-day activities and even reassign personnel and duties. It goes on from there. They may authorize students to transfer out of the school district to other school districts who are not on probation. And we've talked a lot about superintendent services over the past couple of years. They may appoint a staff person to perform superintendent services as per current law. And again, the administrator should be establishing fiscal guidelines and a system of internal controls that clearly, if this step is necessary, were not in place or not being adhered to. So I think that this provides the framework for overseeing what's going on in the district to a certain extent, similar to what's happening in Claremont these days. The administrator, I think, also a couple of other important things is to inform the department and the state board and keep them up to date and provide a written report to the department and the state board outlining the actions taken and the steps forward and monitoring recommendations so that when the administrator's term of service ends, that there still has to be oversight to make sure that recommendations and procedures put into place are being adhered to. So I think that the intent here is to make sure that things are in place so that we address the failures of Claremont in terms of communication, audits, transparency, and accountability. And I'd be glad to accept any questions.
Thank you. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have one question, and it just caught my eye, and I could be wrong. In reference to 21J:19, the section around auditing, or excuse me, 21, regarding publications and reports of audits, it references a section of law that is, I just want to make sure I have it right, 309A, but when I went to look at public accountancy law for like the state, I thought that that was repealed and it's 309B. So I was curious to know, has it been repealed or not, or am I just not looking at that correctly?
Could you point out what line you're on again?
So that was, I think it says in your little explainer here. Sorry, the first.
That's good.
page.
Yes.
So section 1, section 2 under J19 audit, you said RSA 309-A:8.
Yeah.
And I was curious, so I was going to try and look it up, but I couldn't find anything come up on 309A. So I was just, it said that it had been repealed rather, at one point, and now it's 309B.
Okay, I'll have to check that.
Is that correct, or?
Right. We'll check that. Thank you.
Okay. And follow up if I may.
Sure.
And then my other question was with regard to, so you're referencing, it looks like the reference for that accountancy law, but are you also then referencing 195D18 in our ed law book around finance and auditing, or like, I'm just confused as to which area of law you're trying to change?
Yeah.
Because there is a biennial report and audit, sorry, just to be clear,
Right, yes.
in our red book.
Right. Working with Department of Revenue Administration and DOE, we addressed these sections under 21J. if there are additional sections under DOE law, they did not come into the discussion when we were talking with them. But go back and look at that.
Representative Bricky.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. First of all, I'd like to just make a comment about the DOE 25. I don't believe that Claremont misled anybody on a DOE 25. DOE 25 does not discuss the financial health of the district. All it does is discuss the financial activities to set the student cost, per pupil cost per student. But anyway, my first question is about the forensic audit that would be mandated. Who would have to pay for that?
The current law has gives the DRA commissioner the ability to cause an audit to be made. I believe it would be at the provision, the cost would be borne by the district.
Oh, okay. The other question I had is that there are not very many auditing firms in New Hampshire. And I believe that putting a 4-month window, what happens if the 4-month window isn't met, not through any fault of the district, because there aren't enough auditing firms out there? Then what would happen?
I believe that I've had conversations with several people about 4 months and maybe increasing it to 6 months. So I will look at doing that for this afternoon.
Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The other thing that I noticed here is I think there was a reference a couple of times to municipalities and then also county, city, and or town. So I was just curious to know in what framework counties would be responsible for the reimbursement or pay. Can you just explain? It's on page 3 of the actual amendment. It comes up a couple of times, but this would be line 10 at the, under 1J21, where it says said county, city, town, or district.
Right. Yeah, that's existing law currently. Yeah, so this 21J section is really in more municipal section of law that in many places additionally covers school districts.
Follow up if I may. Thank you. So with reference though to a county then being financially responsible, is that the intent you were going for? I guess that's what I was wondering.
I really didn't address counties at all in this. Wherever it mentions county, it's existing law right now. But I have been involved in situations where we tried to do a forensic audit at the county level based on some financial uncertainties.
But what you were talking about was school district currently is what you were trying.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to address in this. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Representative Selig.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I'm looking on page 5, paragraph number 12, where it's talking about one of the consequences is that the state-appointed person can cancel or renegotiate any contracts other than contracts of certified teachers who've been employed by the school district in the capacity of a certified teacher for more than 1 year immediately before the date the administrator was appointed, et cetera, et cetera. So if you have an administrator who's been in the district for 20 years, you would be able to renegotiate anyone's contract who wasn't at least 21 years? Am I understanding that correctly?
Administrator here is talking about not staff administrator, but the administrator appointed by the Department of Education, appointed or hired by the Department of Education.
I'm sorry. So the administrator, the state would appoint an administrator, so anyone would have had to have been a certified teacher in the district for 1 year prior to that state appointed person? Is that, it's not clear to me from how this is written, so I'm just trying to make sure I understand what the explicit focus is here. I'm not trying to be difficult, I just really don't get it.
Yeah, the administrator who is appointed may renegotiate the contract of certified teachers who have been in the district more than 1 year prior to that administrator being appointed.
By the state
Yes.
specifically?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're making changes, perhaps that could get more explicitly stated.
Representative Terry?
Yes, thank you. With respect to the provision where the department shall appoint or hire an administrator, I'm looking at the language of 186.5A, and I'm wondering if I'm understanding this correctly with respect to the question, who would pay for the administrator? Would it be the State Board of Education because they are the ones who are effectively in charge of the school during this time?
The department would, and right, yes, I have some draft language that would indicate that the department may draw a warrant in order to pay for that administrator.
Yes, thank you.
Representative Damon?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my actually questions plural. And just for people's awareness, I'm Huck Damon and I represent Claremont and have spent the last 2 months very involved in this significant concern. And I think, as Representative Cordelli has alluded to, Claremont is probably the canary in the coal mine. They are most certainly not the only school district who has experienced or is on the verge of experiencing acute financial distress. Some of my questions have been raised. I want to just support to you that I have had similar conversations about the timeline for the audits, and pretty much everyone in the audit field has indicated to me that 4 months isn't going to get every school district able to be audited, and 6 is more realistic. So I would love to see that amendment to the amendment. I have concerns about the lack of language for the qualifications of the administrator. So perhaps you could speak to that before I ask for follow-up.
Yeah, I did not specify qualifications, thinking that the Department of Education could then take someone existing in the department to perform that function or hire someone, an independent person from the outside to do that. I think that clearly the hire or appointment should be of an individual with a strong financial background, but I was leaving that to the department.
No follow-up? Thank you for that clarification. Would you also expect that the administrator would have experience in education?
I do not necessarily see that as a qualification. I think that business experience would be more suitable in this role than an education background as a teacher or anything. I think that talking to people also, and actually talking to the National Teacher Quality Council, training of superintendents and administrators in finances is lacking. So I think that it's clearly the financial background that should be looked at for this person.
Representative Bricky?
Thank you. Actually, this is a question for you, Madam Chair. Or should I say Vice Chair? I don't know which to say. Chair.
Right
You're
now.
chairing right now, right? Okay, good. So we got a document from the New Hampshire Department of Revenue Administration. Are we going to be hearing from them?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Somewhere in here. Yeah. Any other questions? Representative Damon.
This is less substantive, but I think worth noting. In the requirements, and I'm in the actual amendment document on page 3 regarding publication of the report of audit, where it proposes to require that it be published in the next annual report of the governing body and on the governing body's website. I'm concerned about the expense to districts in printing. We are talking about a district that is in severe financial distress. It seems to me that the summary findings and recommendations perhaps could be printed, and the entire document very definitely should be on the website. So perhaps you would comment on that idea. And just before I pause, also, there are a lot of districts that no longer have a newspaper that serves that geography. So I'm not sure that it merits a requirement to be published in a newspaper with general circulation there, because it doesn't exist.
Could you point me to that line number with the newspaper? Yep, page 3. Okay.
Sorry, is the about the annual report
Right,
publication.
Yep. Great, thank you.
Any other questions? One more, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your discretion. I wanted to ask the sponsor for some explanation of the meaning of probation for school districts. So there, as defined here, the criteria for why they would be placed on probationary status. And this may be my lack of expertise, but I do not see or understand what further that means and what impact might that have on the school's accreditation or any other aspects of their operations.
You would think I would know. In the charter school law that we passed, HB 752, it does address possibility of revoking a charter of a school based on their probation. But I did not get into accreditation with this amendment. I see that as a separate issue for the accrediting agency when they do the next accreditation.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. One other question I had was on page 3 and also in your explainer. We're looking at subsection 4, starting on line 17 and going to line 23. There's a conversation about withholding state aid. And so I had a question, maybe it's not for you, about whether or not that includes any pass-through monies that come from federal government or anything like that. So I was just curious as to what the intent there was.
I'm thinking more along the lines of state funds rather than withholding of federal funds. And we have done that elsewhere in statute for a couple of other reports that are required from districts, giving the department the ability to withhold funds. And I think even when we first required emergency plans to be submitted to the department and Department of Safety, there was an issue with getting those plans from the districts. So at that point, the department threatened to withhold funding if the emergency plans weren't provided to the state.
Representative Bricky?
Sorry. Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. So this goes to page 5, line 8, section 12, cancel or renegotiate any contract. So what you're saying is that we'll leave teachers alone, but we could cancel any other contract. There is bound to be, in most contracts, a section that talks about, canceling a contract, and if the school board or does cancel a superintendent's contract, then we are still responsible for paying that superintendent, whether we cancel their contract or not. I see that as an undue financial burden on districts that are already under an undue financial burden. So what do you say in terms of how to, I guess, navigate that cancellation of contracts?
I would think that that would be a very serious step under really very severe circumstances that anything like that, canceling a contract would take place.
I agree. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Follow up? Yes. I agree it would be, but this allows for it to happen, right?
Yes.
And I see that as a real financial burden. I mean, if I were to cancel my superintendent's contract, it could cost me 3 years, depending on where they are in their contract, could cost me 3 years' salary. If I were to cancel an administrator's contract, it's probably the rest of the year contract salary. And then would I then have to pay somebody else? I see this as a real problem with this.
I do not see it as a mandate, but an option.
Representative Selig?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is also for you. Will we be hearing from someone from the department that we might ask some of our clarifying questions about the process in this?
We do have someone here. We can.
Okay, thank you.
If she's willing. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative, I just had another question just regarding that same section when we're talking about contract cancellation or renegotiation. What happens in the event that collective bargaining agreements or roll-ups and benefits that are collectively negotiated or bargained are involved in this? It doesn't really speak to any of that, and I'm curious to know what happens.
I think the term also is there that it would be renegotiated.
Okay, I think we'll move on. Thank you, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you.
Representative Horgan.
Hello, I continue to be Representative Timothy Horgan, representing Stratford County District 10 to the town of Durham, and I'm speaking just for myself as one of the members of the House who, in a couple of, about 2 months from now, will be dealing with this and dozens of other bills and probably hundreds of pages of amendments. So I think what we have here, I think it's just not workable, especially this last section about what the administrator does, where he's going to be canceling contracts and all kinds of things. That's just what we have here is just probably gives him too much unilateral power. So I'm not sure if he can just go around canceling people's contracts willy-nilly. There was like one small thing which kind of amused me, which is they said the administrator may appoint a competent independent public administrator. So apparently if we left the word competent out, he would be authorized to hire an incompetent independent public administrator. And I think as an accountant, and even as it is, I guess the school board can hire a independent public accountants. Apparently under current law, they're allowed to hire incompetent ones. So that's just sort of like an oddity in the wording, but there's, the first part of the bill, the school districts, they're different from a charter school in that they're actually a subdivision of the state government. So they have the same status as a county or a city or a town or village districts. That's why they're mentioned alongside those other entities in the first part of the bill. And that, I think, makes a difference. From a charter school, we can't simply, obviously, it's not possible to shut down a school district, and it's probably at least not very it's not very respectful to our democratic or Republican form of government to take over. There's difficulties taking over a political subdivision that is run by an elected school board, and I'm sure probably, and I think this. I think probably Claremont is not the only school district that may have problems like this, and probably not the only unit of government. I don't want to go into too much opinion about what I think happened, and I basically only know what I read in what's left in our state's few remaining newspapers. But it did seem like the problem was not really that they were overspending or even spending irresponsibly. They were paying for it with revenue that turned out not to exist because of property tax revenues declining and also federal revenue. And that's and actually revenue shortfalls, that's a problem that's not just going to affect school districts, but all those other types of all the other political subdivisions and even the state as a whole. So regardless, the Claremont School Board and the rest of the administration made some decisions that proved extraordinarily unwise. But before we punish them, we probably need to consider that there's many other officials who are facing the same problems, and we're probably going to have similar problems like this. We could even possibly have the entire state government run into similar financial problems because we rely heavily on our existing tax. We rely heavily on sources of revenue which aren't necessarily going to come in at the same rate that we've been expecting. But so I would say there's some good things in the bill. The basic motivation behind it is a very valid one, but I think there's just very severe problems with the way it's implemented. So I know it's obviously it's going to be amended. This is not the final version amendment. What's going to turn up in the very thick calendar that we're all going to have in our seat pockets on whenever it is January 7th. That's not going to be what I see here, but I'm just so I don't really anticipate. I think there's a good chance that what's going to be in that very thick calendar is not going to be necessarily something that I'll be eager to support. But good luck working on it, and thank you for listening to me. And I probably overlapped my 3 minutes, so thanks.
Thank you, Representative Horgan.
Thanks.
Jennifer Ramsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Jennifer Ramsey. I am the Tax Policy Counsel for the Department of Revenue Administration. With me is Bruce Knur. He's the supervisor of the Municipal Bureau of our Municipal and Property Division. And his role at our agency is to work with the municipal advisors and to set tax rates for municipalities. I want to start by thanking Representative Cordelli for the dialogue we've had the last several months as he worked through drafts of this and accommodated many of our technical concerns regarding the amendment. I have just a handful of additional concerns that I wanted to share with you this morning in hopes that you might accommodate them. 3 are minor, what I would expect are unintended consequences of some of the language used in the amendment, and 1 has to do with how we might go about implementing what from our perspective, is the key portion of this bill that would affect our operations. So the 3, and I have passed around a bill analysis as well as filed it in the portal. The 3 small technical language issues are, first, that where in various places in the amendment the words school districts are inserted in different statutes, even though I understand that the intent of that is to make it more clear that school districts are covered by all of these statutes. I'm not aware that there's any question currently that they are covered. And I worry that by inserting them in various places, but not in all places, that you could actually be creating confusion as opposed to clearing things up. I generally try not to do that unnecessarily. And if you were inclined to look at all the different ways that we refer to towns, cities, municipalities, local governmental units, I would urge a sort of a full review of these sections of the statute and to try to true up all of the places where those terms are used rather than to pepper in school district in a couple of places that might create confusion. I'll jump over my second concern and skip to the third one. There is a provision in this amendment that repeals the statute that allows for school districts to utilize a local elected auditor as opposed to a professional auditor. I understand the intention of that to be to eliminate that as an option for school districts. The concern I have is that the main provision regarding professional auditors is permissive, not mandatory. So school districts may hire a professional auditor. The local elected auditor, as the law currently stands, is the fallback if they choose not to do so. So the statute currently provides that they must hire a local auditor, elect a local auditor. But if they have hired a professional auditor, then the requirement is waived. By just simply repealing the statute, you could be leaving an unintended loophole. And so I would just urge to think about some language to clean that up. The third small matter is that there is a section in the bill that increases the different reports that are due to DOE by September 1 because that statute triggers the ability to withhold state aid if the reports are not submitted. The problem from our perspective with that language is that some of the things that are now being indicated that are due by September 1 have other due dates, and those due dates impact our rate setting. So if those deadlines could be looked at and trued up, that would be also very beneficial. And then the last piece that I want to talk about, and then I'll take any questions that anybody has, is the impact that changing the deadline for submitting audited reports, when paired with the requirement that we take some action with respect to a lack of those reports, and the timing of how that would impact our rate setting cycle. So the current 1 year following the fiscal year requirement for school districts specifically would make those reports due to us June 30th of the year following the fiscal year being audited. We would then take several months to understand if districts are non-compliant, why they are non-compliant. We would consider fines. We would have dialogue with them, try to get an understanding of whether or not the lack of an audit indicated a problem with the financial data of the district. And then in October, when rate setting season begins, we would have information related to the
prior year audit that we would then consider in setting rates, and we would make a determination whether or not to disallow the undesignated fund balance of the district in setting those rates. With the compressed timeline that is created by this, we would be receiving either in October or even worse in December, the information about the rate we are in the process of setting. So we would, I do not believe, be able to make very reasoned decisions concerning the action that we would take, and we would probably end up in a position of either giving everyone an extension or giving no one an extension and disallowing all fund balances, because we really wouldn't have an opportunity to make any better decision within the rate setting process that was already underway. If you leave the deadline at a year, or if you were to specify that our authority to disallow fund balance was not with respect to the current year audit, but the prior one, both of those would give us time to do a better job of implementing the statutory requirement that we now need to review audit reports and consider them when setting rates. The last little piece of that I would suggest is that in the language of the bill, it's currently drafted that we may impose fines and we may disallow a fund balance. I would suggest that that should be may impose fines and shall disallow a fund balance, because the rest of that phrase has us making a determination about whether the financial data of the district is suspect. And in a case where we believed that it was suspect, we would not ever not disallow that fund balance. So those were my prepared remarks. Did you have anything you'd like to add? Okay, then I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Representative Damon.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you for being here to help us, and it's a pleasure to meet you in person.
Likewise.
Was the Department of Revenue Administration asked to provide a fiscal note for this amendment?
No, ma'am.
Would you be able to comment at all? I'm sure on the spot you wouldn't be precise, but on what the impact of this would be financially on DRA?
As it's currently written, we had not anticipated that we would need to have any new positions with respect to this. I think we would need to look at modifying our municipal tax rate setting portal to accommodate this. Is that correct, Mr. Knur?
Very possible.
Yeah. So in similar bills we have looked at, we have talked with our vendor that maintains that portal for us, and we've gotten quotes of around $75,000. That would be a one-year expense to update the portal to create this new functionality.
Follow-up?
Yes, please. Thank you. Could you share information with the committee in regards to the incidence of districts not submitting audits currently, and what frequency of DRA charging fines to districts in that regard?
Sure. So in August, we looked at, let me find my spreadsheet. Found it. All right, so in August, we looked at the frequency with which we were missing audit reports from not just school districts, but all districts. I will share with you our conclusions regarding school districts. In 2020, with respect to the audit year 2022, we have about 5% of districts that are remaining non-compliant. For fiscal year 2023, 15% are not compliant, and for fiscal year 2024, 35% were not compliant as of August. I expect those numbers to have gone down in light of the sunshine that has been spread on this issue. I have not re-pulled those numbers before today, but I would expect those have gone down quite a bit. We have not fined any school districts to date. We have fined, I believe it was recently, have imposed some fines on, I believe it was village districts.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I did have a question about whether or not the audit information from August that you just shared with us, does that differentiate between political subdivisions who account on a calendar year versus a fiscal year model, or does that have any bearing on those numbers?
So I believe those numbers were just school districts.
Okay.
So they all report on a fiscal year. They all end June 30th.
Thank you.
Representative Dry?
Thank you. I just want to clarify what you said about the may and the shall. Could you do that, run that one more time, because I think that's important.
Yes, and I can give you the line number of the amendment. I'm looking at page 2, line 14 through 20. It currently at line 14 says the commissioner may, and then it has two choices. If I had my wish, I would cross out may on line 14 and stick it in front of levy on line 15. And then I would put shall on line 18 in front of not. Is that helpful?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Sally?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Forgive me, I'm a very concrete person, and so speaking about all of this at a theoretical level has me a bit lost. So if we were to pick the ABC school district who neglected to submit their audit in August, can you just sort of walk me through what's the process specific to ABC? Like, just pick a school district and you can make up numbers, but just so that I understand how this works, because trying to read through all of this, it's so theoretical that it's hard to make sense out of.
Yeah, can you, when you say how this works, which piece are you talking about?
So they submit their audit, which hopefully they've gotten done. If they haven't gotten, if they're non-compliant for whatever reason, whether it's their auditor hasn't completed the work, which I know in some municipalities they're struggling to get those audits back, whether it's a deliberate violation, like how does that process happen that they may not get the information to you, and then how's that addressed? Like, do you say, hey, we notice you're not compliant, or is it up to them to know that they didn't, or maybe there was a computer glitch and they thought they submitted?
Sure.
Right?
Would you like to take that one, please? Yeah, that'd be great. This is his area.
Now, I'm going to try to look this way. Okay, thank you. The hypothetical school district. Let's bear in mind that right now, the audit report for the year ending June 30, 2024 was due to us June 30, 2025, just a few months ago. Now, if they fail to produce it and deliver it to us, then it becomes part of the non-compliance process that's relatively new since the fining legislation went in effective May of 2022. So that will begin. We'll begin to know that you didn't send that audit in. However, simultaneously, what is happening is as of June 30, 2025, the school district is submitting what you've talked about earlier, the MS-25. That is an unaudited financial report. That's very critical to the property tax rate setting process because it contains on the balance sheet the aforementioned unassigned fund balance as of June 30, 2025. So two things are happening overlapping. There's an audit report from a year earlier, or as of a year earlier, that's not been submitted. That has, under current law, nothing to do with setting the property tax rate we're doing right now. What is important is the MS-25. Ideally, but not even under the amendment as proposed, would we have expected to have the audit report that covers the tax rate we're setting right now? It's almost a physical, if not a theoretical impossibility. So I just wanted to point that out, that the two things are related, but that lack of compliance with producing the audit starts a process that is disconnected currently from the property tax rate setting. I hope that helped.
Can you also explain what you do when someone is non-compliant?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Initially, the municipal advisors will continue speaking with, in this case, that hypothetical school district, the business administrator, finance, whomever they need to determine what actions are underway. It may be that while late, it's now underway. So they're going to watch each situation individually, leading to a point where under that somewhat new law, DRA can decide to start the clock by saying officially through a letter, you're late, thus giving another 90 days during which a waiver can be requested as well. So you can see the process of when something becomes non-compliant and the fining is actually going to be a decent amount of time. It's not abrupt. That also explains in part to the earlier comments. Again, it was May of 2022, it was effective. DRA decided it wasn't going to be retrospective, certainly. So the first audit that would be late under the new law would have been the one for the year ending June 30, 2022, due June 30, 2023, leading to the first possibility of fining 90 days out plus some waiver. You're into early 2024 before anything would have been even contemplated. So that process is new, still not evolving, it's evolving of its own. And the fact that the law was passed, and we made an effort at DRA to advise everybody, all the entities in the state, the law was passed, there was a fining provision. We did see quite a nice improvement in compliance. And I'll note too, it's just an anomaly, it happens to all of us, is that, and I've done this, call somebody up and say, I don't see your audit. And they were like, well, no, we have it. I said, well, please submit it, because to us, it's missing. It was as simple as that. Okay.
Thank you. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to both of you for taking my question. I'm curious to know whether or not in the MS-25 there are, in your ability to set rates, any information that comes from the district that is estimated monies or revenues for that next year.
Thank you. The MS-25 is describing actual. Now, it's unaudited, but these are the actual results of that fiscal year that's just ended. So no, I mean, estimated revenues, that's part of what's going on simultaneously. The tax rate being set is utilizing the MS-24 for a school district and revised estimated revenues to offset the needed taxes for the fiscal year that's actually underway now.
Thank you.
Representative Damon.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking another question. It's my understanding that part of the problem in Claremont is that in 2 consecutive years, the unassigned fund balance was overstated for whatever reasons. The number was wrong. And so the information that DRA received and would base the tax rate setting on was not valid, not fully valid. I'm wondering if you could comment on 2 parts of that. How often does that happen, that a tax rate setting isn't correct as recognized later because of information not being valid. And related but separate, would it be better if unassigned fund balance wasn't considered or was considered in some different way in the tax rate setting?
If you'd like to take the first piece, I can take the second.
Good.
Say that one again, the first part.
How often is the tax rate that is set? How often is it later evident that that wasn't the correct tax rate because the data you received was not correct? And I actually mean that not just for school districts, but broadly.
I only know of one instance where that came to light. When the tax rates are set, they're literally being set as we sit here, or when I get back at least.
Sit there.
Yeah. Right. Is that we're done. We're done. Now, the one example, and I'm going to say this very carefully because I don't want to cast any aspersions about anybody or anything, but it's about 8 years ago. It came to light during the tax rate setting season in time to have the rate adjusted. But the process right now, there would be no way, there is no way. The MS-25 is going to stand on its own, just as it did in Claremont. And you cannot tell. We are all knowledgeable now after the fact. And the second question borders more on policy, so I'll leave that to Jen.
I will do my best, and you feel free to comment if you don't agree with me. But I believe what I understood your question to be was, should we disallow the undesignated fund balance in all cases and just set rates without regard to it? The significance of doing that, and that is a decision for this body, right? But the significance of doing that would be that you would have higher tax rates than would otherwise be necessary, because that fund balance would just sit there and even potentially build up if you were taxing without regard to it. By utilizing that as sort of the starting point for rate setting, we're taking into account that the money already exists and doesn't need to be re-raised by the district. Right.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Brian Hawkins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Brian Hawkins, representing NEA New Hampshire, here in opposition to the non-germane amendment 3000H. First, I just want to say we certainly have no opposition to legislation that would strengthen audit requirements, oversight over school administration for reporting. That's important. But we think that this is a big topic. This is a complicated matter, and we ought to go through a complete legislative process. I know there are at least one or two LSRs filed for next year that I think have to do with this topic matter, and it would be best, I think, to go through that process rather than here on November 5th. So just a couple of points I'll make because I know we're going late. We feel that the legislation as it's written is far too broad. It's not necessarily structured in a way that if the goal is to help a financially struggling school district, that this is going to help to get them back on track. couple of points about the powers potentially given to the administrator. We think that they're too broad, and they also appear to envelop more than non-financial or fiscal authorities. So that includes the provisions around overriding any decisions concerning the management and operation of the school district. That seems to me to be very broad and not necessarily restricted to a fiscal issue. The supervision of day-to-day activities of the school district's staff and allowing them to unilaterally reassign duties and responsibilities. Same concern there. And how broad can that be? Does it go beyond the reason that that school district was even put on probation? The authorization of transfers. So how will that work for the receiving district, for example? If you have a teaching staff that is in a receiving district, is that district, does there have to be some kind of an agreement, arrangement in order to have students? I mean, that could potentially be a significant workload increase on the staff there. And as we know, we're in a hiring crisis. And then the provision around canceling or renegotiating any contract. There are a number of laws that have to be followed around this, and so it was raised earlier. How does that intersect? Whether it's people mentioned employment contracts, renewal contracts, and so that, and then the standard laid out in there raises if it is needed economies in the operation of the district's schools. So how do we discern whether they've looked at other needed economies first? That seems to be unclear. So in conclusion, we would urge the committee to allow the legislation coming forward next year for the 2026 season to go through the process and be thoroughly vetted with all the information necessary, because this is a major piece of legislation. We would encourage you to look at other states. There are other states that have laws that have to do with these kinds of authorities, and assess which ones would, or which components of those would make sense and fit for New Hampshire. And what the goal is with the legislation is the goal around, if the goal is around correcting fiscal issues, we should make it narrow to the extent necessary to correct those deficiencies. And that really ought to be the role that the state plays in assuming this kind of proposed authority. And then lastly, just that there is no money associated with the bill. And so if there is a fiscal component to this, not only for, I think, a couple of the issues that were raised earlier, but in some cases there is funds needed in order to correct whatever it was that was going wrong in the first place. And that doesn't seem to be either in the authority given to anyone here or in the bill language. So thank you very much. Happy to take any questions.
Any question, Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. My question, I think, is going back to, estimations or the best possible scenario around potentially even funds like, for example, special education funding, and whether or not that is a number that is always sort of fast. Is it hard and true at that moment in an MS-25, or are there monies that might be coming in that affect that or to that nature? Can you speak to any of that?
I would not profess to be an expert on the 25 form, and so I would either want to get back to you or maybe defer to somebody else who is.
Any other questions? Representative Damon?
You don't look surprised, Madam Chair. Could you please comment or consider commenting if this amendment were to pass as it's currently drafted? what impact it might have on the quality of education in the schools with the permissions given to the administrator to change things.
Yeah, well, I think that goes to my point about, making sure that, we're identifying what the goal of this legislation is and that any authority given to whether it's the state board, the commissioner, or this position, that it is, focused on fixing the issue that is critical to ensuring that we are not making the problem. We don't want to make the problem worse. We don't want to trade one insufficient, I'll say, administrator for another, and then give that administrator even more authority maybe than the one who needed to go had in the first place. So I think that goes to criteria. It was raised earlier around what are the qualifications of this person, what's the process by which they are selected by either the state board or the commissioner. So.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks again for taking my question. So in going back to the conversation, I know you shared concerns equally about renegotiation or the cancellation of contracts. To even open that process up, you said there are very specific things that have to happen. Because that is not stipulated in statute anywhere, does that open, in your mind, does that, I guess, open this up to a little bit of a gray area of how they would proceed in that?
Yeah, I think it's very much a gray area, and how this would interact with those provisions. And again, what's the standard by which that they're either canceled or renegotiated? It seems that's a lot left up to, potentially the one person's judgment. Yeah.
Representative Bricky.
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. It follows along with Representative Murray's question. If this were to pass, do you see any chance for litigation around canceling of contracts or trying to renegotiate contracts? And if there were litigation, who would be responsible for paying for that litigation?
I think that's a great question. I presume if there was one of these provisions that was interpreted by the administrator or created here, someone with a contract company or whoever will have another interpretation of that. And so, yes, I think that's reasonably likely.
Thank you.
No other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Barrett Christina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Barrett Christina from the New Hampshire School Boards Association. I'll try and be brief. A lot of the concerns that NHSBA has with this amendment have been addressed. To start out, though, just as Mr. Hawkins said, NHSBA has no direct objection to the sort of transparency aspects relative to the audit and posting them online and discussing them at a public meeting and making them publicly available. We absolutely think that's a best practice in terms of transparency, accountability, fiscal oversight, so on and so forth. I do want to address one point that I may have a different interpretation, and the good people from the Department of Revenue Administration may have addressed this, and if they did, I apologize. I'm on the first page of it, line 14, where it's changing the audit within 1 year to 4 months. I'm reading that as that the district has to engage an auditor within 12 months under current law, not that the audit has to be completed within 12 months. Just as somebody over here may have mentioned, there's only 1 or 2 auditing firms that do about 95% of the school districts in the state. So they have limited capacity as well, too. If your books are clean, that audit might be able to get done in 4 or 5 months. If your books are, I'm going to say not clean, that doesn't mean that there's any wrongdoing, but perhaps just a couple, you need to close some gaps on some internal controls. That may take 6, 8, 12 months to be completed. A lot of variation based on the size of the school district and how well their books are kept. But again, my interpretation of that provision has been that you have to engage the auditor within 12 months. And, you know, if you have to engage within 4 months, that's fine. But I think we at least need some clarification on whether or not that means the audit has to be done or whether or not you have to engage with the independent auditor. The concerns primarily, going to echo a lot of what Mr. Hawkins said, begin on page 3, lines 26, the public school district probation. And I understand hearing from Representative Cordelli's testimony that basically they lifted the language from House Bill 752 from last year, which was to provide some of this fiscal oversight for charter schools as well too. We're not comparing the same thing. The charter schools and the traditional public schools are not the same animal. First of all, the charter school has been authorized by the State Board of Education. So to some degree, I guess it makes sense that it would be in the hands of the State Board to step in and overtake the school district and put in these probationary provisions if need be. Second, and this is not disparaging the good people that are doing good work in many of the charter schools in New Hampshire. We've had about 4, maybe 5 charter schools close in about the last 7 or 8 years. And the reason for closing on the Department of Education website document lists financial challenges. So we're talking about Claremont, one school district that's having some financial challenges over however many years, decades, so on and so forth. So I don't think it's necessarily I don't think those are really in line with one another. So the other aspect too, and I think Mr. Hawkins mentioned this, you know, if this is intended to deal with financial challenges or financial negligence, I'll even put it that way. The probationary aspects don't just relate to the finances. It says, you know, a material violation of any condition, standard, or administrative rule. So a violation of the 306s could lead to some sort of receivership, significantly violates a state law, failure to, you know, we had the bullying bill earlier today, failure by a principal to routinely properly investigate bullying in a school district could lead to some sort of receivership. So, you know, our concern is that, you know, there's a potential for imposing $5,000 worth of penalties for what might be a $50 crime, depending on the nature of the violation. Also, the concern is that it's sort of at the whim of the State Board of Education. You know, there isn't really triggering events or effects. They've got to put them on notice that they may be going on probation. I presume there's going to be some conversations in the meantime between the department and the commissioner and the district and so on and so forth. But it seems to be to give the State Board of Education just, you know, on their own whim that they could impose these probationary provisions. Moving on, I'm on page 4 now, where it talks about the hiring of the administrator to step in for the superintendent and to, you know, remove the business manager and the superintendent and oversee the day-to-day operations. We need to look at all of these bills in context with one another. And I bring up Senate Bill 57, which was, we spent a lot of time in this room over the last 6 or 7 weeks. That is a bill to potentially look at consolidating superintendents on the county level, carving out Manchester and Nashua. So let's say Senate Bill 57 were to go through and we have one superintendent overseeing, I'm just going to pick a number, 15 school districts. So Claremont, finances get messed up in Claremont. We're going to remove a superintendent that's overseeing 14 other school districts that their finances and books are just fine. So let's just be mindful of the totality of everything that's being discussed about in this room and how there may be unintended consequences if we pass one bill versus if we pass another bill versus if we pass 2 or more bills. One other point, I'm on line 30 on page 4, where the administrator can authorize pupils to transfer from schools operated by the school district. What is the right of the quote unquote receiving school district? Is it a unilateral placement by that administrator, or does that receiving school district have any say of whether or not they want to accept the child? And there's no provision in here about tuition or how tuition would be set if tuition would be required among those transfers. Line 32, appoint a staff person to perform superintendent services. If you're going to go through with anything relative to this bill, we would appreciate if it was you clarify that it was a certified superintendent, somebody who at least has some training and knowledge in the operations of schools. Also related to that, if the issue in which the receivership is being imposed is financial, you might want a sitting superintendent who used to be a BA or has a strong financial background. If the reason the receivership is being, I'm calling it a receivership, I presume everybody knows what I'm talking about. The probation is imposed due to poor academic standards, where you're going to want a superintendent in there who's got a strong background in curriculum instruction and assessment and who knows about raising test scores and academic progress and things of that nature. So that's why we would think that having a certified superintendent would be prudent with that language. Page 5, line 12, about renegotiating the contract other than the contract for certified teachers. What about paraprofessionals? What about those collective bargaining agreements? We have some school districts where school administrators are unionized and they have a collective bargaining unit. And last, this is the first of many bills we will be hearing. This is the first bill technically the session relative to Claremont. I guess that's not true. We had Senator Ward's non-germane amendment. But anyway, my understanding is there are a handful of bills that have been put in to address the Claremont issue. NHSBA thinks it makes sense to let's hear all of those bills. I presume if form holds true, we'll probably hear most of those bills on the same day as we often do. If we got multiple bullying bills, we hear the bullying bills together. If we have bills about assessment, we usually hear those together in one day. Let's hear all those Claremont bills at once on the same day in this room, where we can carve through and look and see what might work, because something's going to come out. I mean, I have to presume that something's going to come out by June 30th of 2026 to address the challenges that are occurring in Claremont. So let's take the time and do it right when we can hear multiple bills and maybe get more people down here to testify on, some good ideas to make sure that this doesn't happen again. I apologize for taking up so much time. I hope it was helpful. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We do try to schedule that way. Sometimes the bills trickle in when they get assigned,
Right.
so just keep that in mind.
Certainly.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can we go back to page 3 on the new section starting on line 24? I think that's section 7. There is a phrase on line 27 that says, after quote, reasonable notice, has been provided to all affected parties. I'm curious to know what the definition of reasonable notice is. And so is that 24 hours, 2 weeks, a month,
Right.
30 days, 90 days?
Right.
Do you have thoughts on that?
I do. Thank you very, very much. And I think the question of reasonableness or what's reasonable came up in the bullying bill that we heard this morning. What is reasonable and what is reasonableness? It's a subjective standard. To some degree, it's a jury standard. You're getting 12 reasonable men on a jury or women to determine whether or not somebody's behavior is deemed reasonable. Was there prudent care taken? What's reasonable in terms of notice? I mean, that's, I did circle that, and it's vague and who decides. So, the challenge is going to be, let's say, so let's just, don't want to pick on Claremont, but let's just pick on Claremont, unfortunately. We joke, it's almost like the good people of Claremont should have alerted the state 35 years ago that the funding mechanism was inadequate. I had to get that in. So, it's just, I first learned of the issues going on in Claremont it was probably the beginning or the middle of August. I don't know at what point the department was notified. I don't know at what point the Department of Revenue Administration was notified. So, I would hope that before sort of the probation is imposed, there's going to be previous conversations, months, weeks of working with the department, working with the auditors, working with the Department of Revenue Administration to make sure that, how, why, get, looking at it initially. So it's a long-winded way of saying there's no definition of reasonable representative, in part because it's a subjective standard. And I think putting a timeline in there, 30 days, 90 days, 60 days, 180 days, it would be too, each situation is going to be different than the previous one. And I don't know if a strict timeline, date, year, month is going to work in any particular situation.
Representative Murray?
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify also something that you had said. You were in speaking about probation versus receivership. I just want to be clear. Is it your interpretation that they are one and the same? I know in other states they are vastly different. There are there are several steps of things that happen. So I just want to be very clear about what we're talking about.
Yeah, thank you very much. And perhaps my repeated use of receivership was erroneous and not helpful in the conversation. I was using receivership as sort of an informal term to in correlation with calling it probationary. I was using them interchangeably. Perhaps I shouldn't have.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Caitlin Bernier.
Now it's on. Good afternoon. My name is Caitlin Bernier, and I live in Merrimack, where I am an engaged community member. I'm on the District Budget Committee, the Planning and Building Committee. I volunteer as much as possible, and I'm the mother of 2 children. I have multiple concerns with this amendment and am in opposition of it. My first concern is that this amendment is added to a bill that is meant to give local tax-paying special education parents a voice and a seat at the table, and this amendment takes all local voices away. It is sneaky, and as a parent who is trying to get this type of special ed counsel in my own town, I'm offended that this is on the same bill. Once I saw this amendment, I put on my budget committee member hat and reached out to our district business manager. I already knew our audits are being done by an independent auditor, have seen the most recent audit, and have confidence, because I ask a lot of questions, in our district business manager's ability to meet requirements of this amendment. Even with my district being in compliance, I still think this bill is an incredible overreach from the state in unproductive and undemocratic ways. I agree each school district should do an annual audit and publish that information for taxpayers to understand and hold a meeting speaking about it. I do not agree with the language in this bill that allows the commissioner to appoint an administrator at the cost of the New Hampshire taxpayers to take over the local school board, fire superintendent, business managers, and refuse to reemploy teachers who have been there less than 3 years, and much more. Our current school district annual audit costs our local taxpayers $30,000, and a forensic audit would be around double that at $60,000. Speaking with our business manager, he said he's only had to do that once in the 26 years he has done this. This amendment does not state the fiscal impact that this would have, so I'm wondering who is paying for the new auditing administration that would be needed in order to audit the audits and follow up with the schools on probation. We heard that 35% of schools are not in compliance on the latest report. That tells me that this bill would require more manpower than we currently have, and that has a cost to it. This will have multiple costs to New Hampshire taxpayers. Taxpayers will now have the additional financial cost of funding this new auditing administration that they didn't ask for, and the cost of losing local autonomy by removing all local control, nullifying the voice of the voters and whom they elected while the state pushes its own agenda. Over the last legislative session, I have sat in these and similar rooms and listened to these committee majorities state that they couldn't find the funding for an adequate public education and special education catastrophic aid and push policies that blame districts for the state's shortfall. It is becoming very apparent that the majority of this committee's and the prime sponsor are more interested in finding or enforcing funding for ways to dismantle funding for public education. Your constituents want transparency and accountability for districts, but this amendment looks like a statewide punishment for something that happened on a local level. Again, I agree with the annual audits being completed and submitted and think that there would be more appropriate consequences that have no state overreach. I am open to any questions. Thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. And that concludes the hearing on HB 121. Attorney Fenton, will you be here this afternoon with us? Perhaps.
I will be briefly, if you would like to, I'm happy to address any questions or provide any information.
Should we do now? If you want to come up now, we.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Diana Fenton. I'm an attorney with the department. I'm happy to answer any questions, provide any information. If I don't have it today, I will provide it to you through the chair via email. It's always hard to be the last speaker, and I don't want to hold you back from your break any longer than I have to. What information may I provide on this as it pertains to this amendment?
Point of order, if I can. So you gavelled out. So what's our process of having this conversation? Is it just informational at this moment, or are we back in the hearing, or where are we at?
I'm assuming that this is informational at this moment. I mean, I guess we can open up the hearing again. Is that the process?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
I think that's the cleanest process.
Okay, so I'm going to open up the hearing again on HB 121. Representative Selig.
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking my question. There's a reason I didn't go to law school, but I definitely appreciate the knowledge gleaned from one who has. So I'm looking at some of the terms in this about appointing people and canceling and renegotiating contracts and the different costs and fees that are associated with it. And I'm wondering who's bearing the ultimate responsibility for who gets appointed and paying all of those costs and fees based on the way this bill is written.
Thank you for the question. Based on the language and looking at page 4, starting on line 10, that's section 5, whereas the department shall appoint or hire an administrator, it's unclear what that fiscal impact, the entire fiscal impact would be. I'm not aware that the department has done a fiscal note on this, and as someone who approves all the fiscal notes, I would probably know if that had been completed. So certainly the department would have that opportunity to do that fiscal note and look at that and see what that fiscal impact could potentially be.
May I ask another question? Follow-up. Thank you very much. Thank you. So my other question is, where it appears to me that the intention of this, and I may be misinterpreting the intention of this, but the way that this is written, it allows the state Department of Education to override an elected body's decision about who they've hired and appointed to their district. What are the legal ramifications of a state overtaking a legally elected board? I guess I'm not clear on how that's valid.
Thank you for the question. And that is a very complex question. Certainly, right before lunch. It's an excellent question, and I don't want to make light of it. My initial inclination in responding would be that I would seek guidance from the Attorney General's office, because you do have the elected official piece of it. Anecdotally, I know that there have been times where you have county attorney offices where the Attorney General's office has gone in, overseen things, and you have that push and pull right there. I'm not in a position right now to answer your question completely, but you raise a very good point, and the authority I would seek a clarification from would be the Attorney General's office as to that interplay.
Madam Chair. May I request that someone request we get an interpretation of that from the AG's office before we, because for me, it's greatly concerning that we don't know the implications of that legally. And I don't want to be voting on something that potentially has massively illegal implications. So.
Okay, we can talk about it in the exec session. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Attorney Fenton, for taking my question. I am on page 3 and I'm on line 27. Can you speak to the conversation around what would be reasonable notice to an affected party? That sort of vague conversation, like somebody like could say 24 hours is reasonable. Somebody could say 2 weeks is reasonable. So do you have thoughts?
Thank you for the question. It's nice to see you outside of our typical meeting place and in the convenience store where we both frequent way too much. Speak for myself. I think the more this legislative body can define terms, the better interpretation there will always be. And I've said that repeatedly. That shouldn't come as a shock to anyone. And this committee has identified that term, after reasonable notice. What does that mean? It can be subjective, and I think this committee could easily define what that is, what that looks like.
Representative Damon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Attorney Fenton. It's nice to see you. I have a question about page 3, line 17 to 20 or so. Can legislation be passed that conflicts with the legislation that defines adequacy payments and what the obligations of the state to districts are? Because this is proposing that we could withhold that money. Is it legal to do that?
Thank you for the question. It's nice to see you as well. The legality piece of that, I would again defer to the Attorney General's office on that. I'd be more comfortable with that. Thank you.
Representative Cornell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's nice to see you again, Attorney Fenton. It's been a few months. My question is on page 5, line 8. Do you have a legal opinion about the canceling or negotiating any contracts that have already been agreed to by parties?
Thank you for the question. Good afternoon. It's nice to see you as well. It's nice to know this legislative body doesn't get tired of seeing my face. And the short answer to your question is yes. As an attorney, that would concern me. It certainly jumped out at me as a concern. Anytime you create, it's a two-party transaction and then you're adding in an additional party. Yes, I think it is concerning.
Representative Murray.
Yes, thank you. Additionally, I had a question about probationary periods versus potential receiverships, like some folks had mentioned. Do we at the department have definitions regarding length of time which an entity is under either probation or potential receivership currently?
I liked the discussion of receivership and that term. I would have to look into that further as to what that would look like. The only area that I'm familiar with currently as it pertains to probationary status is as it pertains to charter schools, and that's already been discussed. So I believe it's 194B, and that sets that standard out. There could be other areas, not only in this book, but other areas of the law that look deeply at the probationary status, receivership status. I know it will shock everyone here that I don't read this book cover to cover all the time, even though I know it looks like I do. So I don't want to say that there's no other area of the law that would address it. I always hesitate to do that. But certainly 194B charter schools would look at that probationary status piece. That's a piece that the part that I'm familiar with.
Follow up? Thank you. And then additionally, when we were talking about, I had been trying to look at the different RSAs that were mentioned in here, and I initially was talking about, it was, I think, 309A versus 309B. Can you speak to whether or not that piece of statute has been combined, or do you have any indication that whether or not 309A is still effective, or?
Thank you for the question. I'm happy to look into that and get back to you on that. Yeah. I appreciate you flagging that.
Question?
Representative Selig?
This is a question for you, Madam Chair. I'm hopeful that we can get some sort of official legal opinion either from House Counsel or the AG's office about these questions, where Attorney Fenton has said she's not comfortable giving us a legal opinion prior to us making an executive vote, taking an executive vote, because if we don't have accurate information about what would be a violation of the law or wouldn't be, I'm concerned about us voting in either direction without knowing the legal ramifications, and I don't want any of us to be in violation of the law.
Okay, we'll once again close HB 121, and we will be back at 2 o'clock.
Right. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much. We've been reviewing several amendments, and I believe there's one more coming this afternoon that we should have shortly. But in the meantime, I think we can make good headway in getting through these retained bills this afternoon. And let's first start with House Bill 360. And I call on Representative Noble for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ought to pass.
Thank you. Is there a second? Representative Terry, thank you very much. Comment, Representative Noble?
Yes, I'd actually like to move Amendment 2025-3057H as ought to pass.
Thank you, Representative Terry. Second that as well? Thank you.
Can you give me the number, please?
Yes, 2025-3057H.
Would you like to comment on your amendment?
Sure. One very simple change in the original bill. That's the amount. Okay. It had diagnostic testing in there, and so this amendment removes that. That was becoming like very confusing, and I didn't want to come up with this gigantic list of all the things that doesn't include, and so it was just much easier to remove it. And so now it is just preventing surgical procedures and prescribing pharmaceutical drugs on school grounds.
Thank you. Comment, Representative Terry?
Yeah.
Thank you. Questions, comments, anyone else on the committee? Ready for a vote? I hope you do have a
Well,
comment.
I do have a comment. I just want to say I'll be voting no on this because there are no surgical procedures or pharmaceutical drugs prescribed on school grounds by school physicians or nurses. So I will be voting no on this.
Thank you. Is the clerk ready?
If I could just
Yeah.
respond to that.
Yes.
Not in New Hampshire yet, but it is happening in school-based health clinics all over the country. So this is a preventative bill.
Thank you. If we're ready, Madam Clerk, I guess you can take the roll.
All right, just to adopt the amendment.
Correct. This is on the amendment for HB 360.
Okay. Vice Chairman Noble,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Morse,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Kreishan,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Bricky,
No.
Representative Selig,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
Representative Snodgrass,
No.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
10 yeas, 8 nays.
I'd like to make a motion of ought to pass as amended.
Second by Representative Terry. Thank you very much. Seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk.
Just a moment. Vice Chairman Noble,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Morse,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Kreishan,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Bricky,
No.
Representative Selig,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
Representative Snodgrass,
No.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
All right, 10 yeas and 8 nays.
And thank you very much. Why don't we take a look at these?
Minority report.
Oh, yes.
Anyone want
Is
to
there-
volunteer? The ITL report? I'll do it. Me.
Okay. And it'll be ITL, I assume?
Yeah.
Great.
Who's going to do it?
Representative Cornell.
Cornell, okay.
These wouldn't be due soon, would they?
No.
Okay. I think we have to have it in by the 21st.
Yeah, right.
Or
So beginning of
sometime
next week.
before the 20th. I'm down.
Let's take a look at the Senate bills next. How about SB 33, regulation of public school materials? And
Yes, 1 minute.
yes, I think
Let me go through all my papers, please.
Representative Noble, once you get your papers, will have a motion for us.
Okay, I move ought to pass.
Thank you. Your second, Representative Morse. Further discussion?
Yes, I'd like to move amendment 2025-3079H.
Second by Representative Morse. Thank you. Discussion, Representative.
Yes, I will just go through where the changes are. So this brings in the definitions and criteria from HB 324, which had passed the House and Senate. And I felt that that was better to bring these guardrails in so that it's clear, that they have clear criteria to make judgment calls on. The other change in SB 33, on page 2 of SB 33, lines 15 through 17, we took that out. And that was about making the challenged material available to the public by placing a copy of the work at the front reception desk. So we struck that out. Let's see.
15 through 17 on page
On,
2.
yes, on the, from the original bill. So we struck that out. And then we added in also from HB 324, if you look on page 3 of the amendment, line 24, just making clear that this is for higher educational instead of all education. So removing that exemption for K through 12. I think that's the only changes.
Great.
Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. There is one more important change. That we got rid of that additional step where the you can do an appeal to the State Board of Ed for another decision. So that is now gone. It will stay as a local decision. And that is it.
Thank you. Representative Morse, anything to add to the amendment? Great, thank you. Any further discussion? Representative Selig.
Well, I appreciate the intent to clarify the terms in fundamentally banning books. I completely oppose banning books in any form And so I cannot possibly support something that suppresses free speech.
This does not ban any books.
Representative Cordelli for a second.
I was like,
He
wait.
said, can you take over? And I'm like, okay, sure. Anybody else comments? Representative.
I appreciate what you're saying. I want to say thank you to Representative Noble for bringing this forward to keep age-appropriate materials in the schools.
Representative Damon.
Thank you. I am opposing this proposed legislation, and I'm quoting from the governor's veto message on HB 324 that current state law appears to provide a mechanism for parents through their local school district to exercise their rights to ensure that children are not exposed to inappropriate materials. Therefore, I do not believe the state of New Hampshire needs to, nor should it, engage in the role of addressing questions of literary value and appropriateness, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think we need this.
Representative Morse.
That veto message, to my knowledge, also revolved around in curriculum, but not the libraries or any other aspects of the school.
I don't know.
Representative Murray.
Why would it be different?
To the member's point, sorry. Curriculum sometimes does include all of those examples, including library materials, and oftentimes, so the message I think is still relevant.
We don't need it.
Okay, I'm just gonna comment here.
Representative Noble.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
She's going to here.
I know that nobody wants to look at some of the samples that we have tried to provide. Looking at that is unbelievable to me that anyone could think that that material was good for minors. And so that is why this is coming back again and again. Thank you. Oh, and we have an attorney.
Yes. Further, an old chairman. Any further comment? Discussion? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, the amendment to House Senate Bill 33.
To adopt the amendment, Vice Chairman Noble.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Absolutely.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Krashen.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Bricky.
Nope.
Representative Selig.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Representative Snodgrass.
No.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
10 yeas, 8 nays.
Mr.
Further
Chair, I
amendment?
move
Yeah.
to pass as amended.
Yes. Representative Morse or Representative, who would like to second the OTPA? Representative Nato. Okay. Thank you. Discussion on OTPA?
Not for me.
Anyone? See none, thank you. Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready.
All right.
This is OTPA on Senate Bill 33.
Vice Chairman Noble.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Krashen.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Bricky.
Absolutely not.
Representative Selig.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Representative Snodgrass.
No.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
10 yeas, 8 nays.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Minority report.
Yes, is OTP, excuse me, ITL?
21st.
Well,
Well,
I'd
I
like
mean,
to-
a little bit before that, so we
Yeah.
have time to review.
beginning of next week, Monday or Tuesday of next week?
Representative Selig?
Okay, great. Representative Selig, yes.
Okay, give me a second to just put this on that.
So next, let's take a look at Senate Bill 34. This is parental consent for participation in Medicaid to schools.
Just 1 minute, please.
Yes. Finding the right folder.
Yeah, right. Okay. I move ought to pass.
Okay. Do I have a second? Representative Morse, thank you. Comment? 34, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Sure.
And I'd like to move ought to pass on amendment 2025 3056H.
Second, thank you. Discussion on your
Yes.
amendment.
So the only change to this bill is, you'll see Roman 9 there. That is language that was passed in HB 2. So I brought it into this because, in statute, it was Roman 8, and so I didn't want to, override that potentially. So these are just renumbered. And there's no other change.
Okay. Any discussion? Representative? No? Yes, Representative Murray.
Thank you. Just so that everybody knows, I will be voting no on this. While I understand the intentions here, the federal law stands in contradiction to this effort, and therefore adding an additional signature in each medical billing code would actually put districts in a position where they will not be able to, they'll still be legally required to provide services whether or not a new medical billing code moves forward. And so my concern is that this will actually create an increased cost to districts. So for that reason, I'll be voting no.
Okay. Any further discussion? Anyone? Representative Noble?
Yeah. When a child is receiving services outside of school and they're billing Medicaid, they are getting parental consent for those services. And if the school is going to be a provider, then they are also needing to get parental consent. So this just keeps it the same.
Yes.
With all due respect, it doesn't. The 300 section of federal law requires one signature only to access Medicaid benefits. So adding an additional signature creates a problem for the districts to be able to then get reimbursement for funds, and it could adversely impact their ability to do so. All this is asking for is for, all that's required federally is one signature and notification that those benefits and an approval to access those benefits. Regardless of that, the services still have to be provided by federal law.
Representative Dry?
So who can sign then if it's not the parent?
Mr. Chair, can I respond?
Yes.
There is a requirement currently that the signature happens one time.
It is
That's it is the parent.
Oh,
but it's one time,
across
not
the
each,
board's
correct.
permission. Thank you.
One time only.
Representative Selig?
Thank you. Looking back at my notes from when we heard this bill originally, we received a recommended amendment from the Bi-State Primary Care Association and the Department of Health and Human Services, which struck some of this language because there are times when the billing code numbers change while the services don't change. And the way this bill is currently written, just because the billing code changed would require parents to come in and sign again and again. So we would have school districts who maybe have worked out with the parent during an IEP meeting that the child is getting speech therapy, and the code number for speech therapy changed from 573421 to 27390. and the way this bill is currently written, that parent would have to come in and sign again simply because the code number changed. So the amount of administrative time and billing effort to be given the same reimbursement becomes a major burden to schools and districts. So for that reason, among others, I'll be opposing this. But we did have recommended language from them that talked about how to avoid some of the pitfalls in the current drafting.
Yes, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually have a question. So when it says each new service, and maybe this is you, Kristen, I don't know, each new service, isn't it like, say, if an IEP or 504 is if they have to add a service, they have to have an IEP meeting or a 504 meeting. So the parent has to sign that. So I guess what else is included with this new service other than the IEP 504? What's that? Right. I mean, if they have to sign every time there's a new service, as it is. I mean, that's how I understand it.
No.
Okay, so.
Yes, Representative Murray.
Thank you. They do not have to sign every time there is a new service. What is being asked of them currently, and I believe the sponsor's intent is well intended, but there is a release to access the benefits one time only annually. This would then require, if I'm understanding the sponsor's intent correctly, every time there is a new service provided for them to have another signature to access the benefits. And so it stands in contradiction to the federal law, is what I'm saying.
Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to note that there has been some work in the other House Education Committee in regards to the apparent reality that districts are not receiving as much Medicaid reimbursement as they are most likely eligible for. We had some information and presentation from Henry Lippman, the head of Health and Human Services, and there's some further work going forward to try to understand what the barriers are, because the consensus of both parties in the committee was that we would want to achieve all of the Medicaid reimbursement that districts are eligible for. And it seems to me this bill might be premature to that work and understanding what's currently happening and what the barriers are.
In terms of the IEP question, I think that the point is a little bit different than with the intent of this bill, which is the Medicaid service provision. So I'd say that I have not seen a federal requirement for one signature only.
Sorry, I'm happy to pull it up if you would like, Evan. If you want to, I can go get it or print it out if you want.
Well, we'll take your word for it at this point, that's your opinion, that's what it is. Okay, right. Any further discussion? Noble, did you have your hand out before? No, okay. Seeing no further discussion, we'll vote on the amendment to SB 34.
Vice Chairman Noble.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Creation.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Bricky.
Nope.
Representative Selig.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Representative Snodgrass.
No.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
10 yeas, 8 nays.
Mr. Chair, I move to pass as amended.
Okay, is there a second for the OTPA? Representative Morse, thank you. Any further discussion?
Nope.
Anyone else? No? Great, thank you. Madam Clerk, when you're ready, OTPA.
Okay. Vice Chairman Noble.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Creation.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Bricky.
Nope.
Representative Selig.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Representative Snodgrass.
No.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
10 yeas, 8 nays.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. SB, yes, ITL, right.
Who's doing it?
I'm Representative Murray.
Okay.
Yeah. So the last Senate bill is SB 211 related to biological sex in student athletics.
I move ITL on SB 211.
Okay. Is there a second? Representative Nato. Thank you. Discussion?
Yes.
Representative?
There is a bill coming out of the Senate to address this, so we'll go with that one.
Representative Nato? Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? I'll just mention, I think that this bill is specific to collegiate athletics, and that we already have in law a similar bill for K-12 education athletics. Anyone else to comment? See none? Madam Clerk, SB 211, ITL.
ITL. Vice Chairman Noble.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Petronell.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
No.
Representative Tenzor.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
No.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Krashen.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Bricky.
Yes.
Representative Selig.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
And Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
16 yeas, 2 nays.
And Representative Noble, you'll do the ITL?
Yep.
And any minority report? No. Thank you very much.
And consent?
Yeah, consent.
Consent, okay.
Hang on a second.
Next,
Just
let's
gotta
take a,
sign- Just gotta sign this.
yep. We'll do House Bill 362. This is rulemaking authority for requiring candidates to obtain passing scores. And Representative McDonald, you have a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ITL.
Thank you. Is there a second? Representative Morse.
Hang on 1 second. Wrong
Yeah.
paper. Number again?
362.
Hang on. Put the wrong number on this one.
Okay. Okay. Discussion on 362.
Who was the second?
Representative Nato, I think, was second. Oh, Representative Morse? Okay. I had Brian. Representative McDonald?
Yes. Earlier this year, House Bill 440 passed and was signed into law. Prior to that, it passed on the consent calendar. 362 is very similar to 440, and we had decided to retain 440 until we saw what happened to 362. And now that we know that it's passed, this bill is just no longer needed, so we can just kill it.
Great. Any further discussion? Anyone else have any discussion on 362? Seeing none, whenever you're ready, Madam Clerk.
Vice Chairman Noble,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Petronell,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Morse,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Creation,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Bricky,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass,
Yes.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
18 yeas, 0 nays.
Great.
Consent.
And yes, consent calendar, okay with everybody? Great. And Representative McDonald, you write that? Thank you. Let's take a look at 709 next. HB 709 is allowing parents to admit their child to any school where they have property tax payments. Representative McDonald,
I move ought to pass.
thank you. Second by someone?
Second.
Representative Litchfield, thank you.
We're against this, right?
Representative McDonald, do you have anything to add?
Yes, I'd like to move amendment 2025-3073H.
Representative Litchfield, second the amendment as well?
Yes.
Thank you. Representative McDonald?
This amendment addresses two of the concerns raised at the hearing. The first being commercial properties, commercial residences, and then the second being out-of-state families. It's written as a repeal and replace, but all it does is in a few separate places, just adds language, provided his or her parents reside in New Hampshire. And I believe that accommodates both concerns, as I personally do not have any issue with a parent who has a small business driving to a neighboring town to take their student to school because the business is in a neighboring town. That makes sense. But when we're talking about an out-of-state corporation, think of your major companies, major corporations. If the CEOs of those companies choose to put their students, their children in New Hampshire schools, I don't believe that was the intent of the bill or the sponsors of this bill. So this just restricts, puts little guardrails on this to keep it to New Hampshire residents. I'd be happy to take you through it line by line, but it really is just that change.
Thank you. Representative Litchfield, anything? Anyone else with comments? Yes, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an open enrollment factor here, and I don't support open enrollment, but furthermore, I know there's an LSR coming in January or in the next session here on creating a commission to study open enrollment, a commission, not a study, but a commission to have all the stakeholders involved in that decision making and talking about open enrollment and how it might work. So I'm going to put voting no on this.
Yes.
Thank you for those comments, but to be very clear, the bill nor the amendment is open enrollment. However, I would agree it does move in that direction. It just simply says that if that's the direction the legislature in future sessions decides to go, this puts up some guardrails. But it's not in itself an open enrollment bill, as it is not open to all students to attend any public school in the state. That's not what this says.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have some concern that this could create some confusion in predicting enrollment numbers and billing, and given the event that a family who has two properties within the state of New Hampshire, perhaps one in the southern part of the state and one in the North Country, it could create some confusion for planning purposes in districts that are could be quite small. So I'll be voting no.
Further discussion? Anyone? Seeing none. Madam Clerk.
Adopt the amendment.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Noble,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Petronell,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Morse,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Creation.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Bricky.
No.
Representative Selig.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Representative Snodgrass.
No.
And Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
10 yeas, 8 nays.
And further motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ought to pass as amended by 2025-3073H.
I'll second that.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on the OTPA? Seeing none? Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
Vice Chairman Noble.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Petterno.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Creation.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Bricky.
No.
Representative Selig.
No way.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
No.
And Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
11 yeas and 7 nays.
Minority report? Representative Hall, ITL. Motion?
What was the
11-7. Let's take up House Bill 748. Next. Do you want to hand that to me? Sorry, I went out of order. 748.
Is that the only one left before we get to the?
No, there's one more. 564.
Oh, don't do that one.
Huh?
We'll do that one and we'll take up.
All right.
someone else.
Okay. Change of plans. We'll take up 564 first. I was trying to give our clerk a break.
Yeah, right. Since
So House Bill 564 is relative to the adoption of SAU budgets. Madam Clerk, do you have a motion for this when you finish writing?
Yes, I would like to move ought to pass.
Thank you. Is there a second? Representative Tenzer. Madam Clerk, do you have a discussion on the bill?
Two things. One, being immersed up to here in SAU affairs because of being on the committee, and also living almost next door to Claremont. I am in favor of, across the board, trying to get transparency and accountability in this budget season. And I'm actually asking you to vote to pass to promote that kind of a exploration. Thank you.
Anything?
I have nothing further.
Thank you. Anyone else have discussion? Yes, Representative.
Thank you. I realize that I missed the hearing on this, but was it addressed as to what would happen if one district said yay and the other district said nay, and what would happen to the SAU budget? I'd like to say asking for a friend, but it's really me that I'm asking for and my school district.
I believe Representative Dry, you're looking at the bill.
I'm looking. I know that.
Does anyone else have any?
Yeah.
I didn't notice anything in there that addressed that, but but like I said, I wasn't here for the discussion, so that could have been discussed.
While you're looking that up.
Yeah.
Representative Selig?
Sorry, while you're looking that up, I just would say, I oppose this bill. We heard, all of my notes show that, other than the sponsors, the majority of people were opposed to the bill because it's confusing. It has a number of unanswered questions. We also have a process if we don't like the way a school board is running a budget. It's called school board elections, and we can vote out the school board and vote in a new one if we don't like the direction things are going. And if we feel passionately, we can even run for school board. And so I don't believe this bill is necessary.
Representative Petronio?
I believe I've found it. Page 3, line 19, or Roman numeral 4C, it says a majority of voters voting in favor shall result in the adoption of the budget proposed by the school administrative unit board. If the article receives less than a majority vote, the accepted budget amount shall be that of the previous year. So,
Can I ask a question? So I understood that to be the majority of voters in each school district. I have a school district that has, I have an SAU that has 2 school districts. One of the school districts has 5 towns, one of them has 1 town. So if it's the majority of the voters, if the school district with 5 towns were to vote yes, then, and the school district with 1 town were to vote no, then that nothing would happen. I mean, it would go yes. So that's the way I understood it. And I wasn't sure, I'm not sure what the intent of the bill was. And so that's why I'm asking.
I think that's a question we've dealt with in many bills, specifically around co-op districts in terms of membership and votes, and trying to withdraw from cooperative districts as well. It's the majority rule, and very often that's the larger district or multiple districts.
So is that, I'm sorry. So is that what this means when it says the majority of voters in the SAU, or the majority of the voters in each district?
Representative Pinedale?
I may have found it again. If line 13, page 3, in parentheses 2, the for school administrative units comprising 2 or more districts, the ballots shall be delivered. The moderator shall record the total number of yeas and nays and announce the results of the final vote on adopting the school administrative unit budget. It looks like they're in the aggregate.
Right.
Thank you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And for that reason, I do have some concerns. I read it to understand that it also would then revert to a default budget, is what it kind of sounds like to me. If in the event that the 2 towns could not agree, it sounds like that what they're referring to is a default budget. And additionally, I am concerned about the process in the event of a recount, and sort of whether or not, because these are municipal elections, so they don't follow necessarily the same procedures. I would hope that SAUs and political subdivisions would adopt processes for transporting ballots back and forth, and similar to the Secretary of State's office. I don't know, but it's not clear in this bill.
Yes, Representative Petronio.
I did have a similar situation that I went to the Secretary of State's office and asked about that, because we're in a cooperative district, and the ballots all go to a central location to be counted, and there's definitely a procedure in place for that.
Oh, sorry, May.
Yeah.
Sorry, May.
Yes.
And we're certain that every district has that in place, because not all districts are cooperatives.
I believe so, but
Yeah. Via the Secretary of State, as you indicated, right?
yes, yeah. I can't remember the right RSA. I just happened to know that was a situation I did stop in and ask a question about.
Thank you.
So if we talk about a default budget is in districts that are SB2 towns, or, right? I know that my district doesn't have a default budget. So I'm not, okay, thanks.
I think the term default budget was used informally. What it actually says is sorry, I lost the line.
Previous year.
If the article receives less than a majority vote, the accepted budget amount shall be that of the previous year, adjusted for continuing contracts, and they call that an adjusted budget.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing none. Madam Clerk? It's House Bill 564 ought to pass.
Vice Chairman Noble,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Petronell,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Morse,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Christian,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Bricky,
No.
Representative Selig,
No.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass,
No.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
11 yeas, 7 nays.
And minority report?
Representative Bricky.
Okay. Ricky?
Okay.
Let's proceed to House Bill 748. And I'll turn the how about we take up a different one and
Representative Bricky is substituting, so she can't do the minority.
oh, she is right.
Yeah, thank you.
That's right. Yes.
Oh, yeah, because you're not on.
Yeah.
I
Anybody
forgot
else?
she was subbing.
I'll do a second one.
Representative Murray.
Okay, thank you.
Can I pass along the RSA on the election law?
Yes. Representative Petronell, you have a clarification?
Yes, Representative Murray, I found the RSA.
Thank you.
It's 67126.
Thank you.
I hope it answers your question.
We'll find out.
Okay, I do have an amendment.
And you said, I'm sorry, you're okay with me doing an ICL report for that?
Yes. You got Murray for that report? Yeah.
Hopefully you can read that.
Yeah.
Thanks. Pass it down.
748. Yeah.
We'll open the executive session on HB 748. Representative Cordelli, do you have a motion?
Thank you. Yes, ought to pass on House Bill 748.
Is there a second? Representative Morse? Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Yes, I would like to offer an amendment to 748. It is amendment 0378H. Did all of you get copies of that? Okay. Did all of you? No.
No. Got that one.
Want some?
I'm better at handing out amendments to the Democrats than the Republicans today.
As it should be.
Yeah.
Is there a second on the amendment? Representative Morse? Discussion. Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Yes, I would, on this amendment, 0378H, this is bill related to local education freedom accounts, and we found a number of issues with the bill. When we first were talking about it back a few months ago, and we have been unable to resolve all those issues, I think. So we felt that a study committee would be the better way to go with this, because we did think that the concept had some merit to it, and so that we should take a further look at it. So this amendment establishes a committee of 4 House members and 1 senator to basically look at the feasibility, the funding, provision of services to children with special needs, and eligibility for other programs if they were to take advantage of the local education freedom account. So I move ought to pass on the amendment.
Anything from the second? I will say that I do think the concept is really good, and there are a few other states, I believe, that have something similar. Tennessee, Texas, and Montana, I think. So I do think taking a closer look at this is a good idea. Any other discussion? Representative Cornell.
Yes, I was against this when it first came up, and I don't think a study committee would make it any better. And I don't think our constituents want something like this either, because if I remember from the sign-in, when it first came up, there were 2,637 people opposed and 25 people supported it. So I don't think anybody is interested in studying this any further.
Representative Damon?
I would note that while I agree with Representative Cornell, I would also state that if a study committee were formed, I think the composition should be defined much more clearly to represent both sides of the aisle and to have people who are knowledgeable about education, as opposed to any 4 representatives who think it's interesting. It's very interesting serving on a study committee with people who have no background in the subject matter.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you know, I also have I have a question for the chair. If you know, have we received any of the full findings yet from the audit of the EFA program writ large as it is currently in place, to just make sure that we have information perhaps available to us if this were to move forward, to help better frame the discussions? Has that been completed?
I think they're in the middle of an audit right now.
Right. Could I?
Yeah.
Thank you. You're asking about audit of the program?
Yes, the
Yeah,
full
I
audit.
believe that's underway. I am not sure about the stage of completion that they're at.
Okay.
Representative McDonald?
Thank you. There's a comment made as to the quality of the representatives appointed, and I would imagine the Speaker of the House and his team takes that into account, and I hope, and I'm sure I'm not implying that this was the intent or anything, but it appears that it's almost insulting to the Speaker's office to imply they would pick anybody who's not knowledgeable about the topic.
May I respond?
Representative Damon?
Thank you. There was not an intent to disparage the speaker or anyone else. It was and is a reflection of recent experience. People have different knowledge areas and different background that lends itself or not to particular study.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm also curious to know whether or not the scope of this should include other stakeholders. So as a committee, right, there's not other department heads or stakeholders. And while I understand, I'm serving on several commissions myself, so I understand that things get long-winded and large, but this would be a very big conversation to have without some of those folks in the room consistently for consultation.
I think the study can bring in anybody that they would like to. That's what they've been doing with the SAU study, from what I've seen.
Is that a commission or committee though?
Committee.
That's a committee.
That's the difference. So, just to clarify, it's the difference between a study committee and a study commission. The committee only has representatives and senators and can hear from anyone else, but they're not voting members. And commissions can have membership that are not legislators along with the legislators, and those people have voting privileges.
Any other comments? Seeing none. Madam Chair?
Yeah, clerk.
Madam Clerk?
Madam Temporary
You were
Chair.
chair for
Madam
a
Temporary
smidge
Chair.
there.
Thank you.
Voting on the amendment?
Adopt amendment. Vice Chairman Noble.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Petronell.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Creation.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Bricky.
No.
Representative Selig.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Representative Snodgrass.
No.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
10 yeas, 8 nays. Yes, we gotta do OTA. That was the amendment.
We haven't,
Well,
we haven't voted on the bill yet.
That was the
Oh,
OTPA.
okay. Sorry.
That was the amendment.
Representative Cordelli, do you have another motion?
Yes, thank you. I would like to move ought to pass as amended.
Is there a second? Representative McDonald, is a second. Any more discussion?
That's what I thought.
Madam Clerk?
OTPA. Vice Chairman Noble.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Petronell.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Creation.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Bricky.
No.
Representative Selig.
Nope.
Representative Damon.
No.
Representative Snodgrass.
No.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
10 yeas, 8 nays. Minority report. Minority report.
Me. Or no.
Hang on a sec.
That's right.
What are we doing now? I have something. We'll open the executive session on HB 131 relative to bullying and cyberbullying prevention. I look to Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Yes, I would like to move ought to pass.
Is there a second? Representative Morse? Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Yes, just adding to that, I would like to move Amendment 3071H that we had the hearing on this morning.
Yes. Representative Terry, do you second?
The draft of the amendment, I would like to second it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, this is.
Should I steal this one from?
This is Representative Terry's amendment.
Yes.
To the amendment that we had this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This 3,000, which was your initial one, is going away, and we're just working off of 371. Is that
371 includes all of 3,000, correct?
307? 30. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you.
Yes. Amendment 3071H is essentially the same as housing, we accept the addition of 2 words. I will not go any further. I'm going to try and accept the
Representative Terry, you are recognized to speak to it.
Reference page 3, please, item M. When we get to the content which we have discussed, I found that there were only 2 parties that were identified. The parents or guardian or guardians of the perpetrator and the applicable school personnel. It to me that it was appropriate that the perpetrator be included as well. And so the item M, after the word "if" on line 6, includes the word "the," and then the first word on line 7 is perpetrator. So that if adopted, this amendment, and when we get to the conference, would include 3 parties: the perpetrator, the parent or guardian, the applicable school person.
Any other discussion? Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we did hear that there were some significant questions that maybe should be put off to some outside agencies for some comments and response back. So I just wanted to make sure that if we were moving, without those questions, I have some concerns without them being answered. So, and I'm not sure that we've gotten them back yet unless we have in the last few hours.
Representative Selig?
Thank you. As you know, I brought forward a different bullying bill earlier in the year, which didn't make it through the process. And so I am clearly opposed to bullying of any sort in schools or anywhere else. However, I'm struggling for a number of reasons with this version of the bill. I'm struggling in part because I'm trying to picture, incidences when my children were very young, and there's one where my own child made a really bad decision, and referring to her as a perpetrator rather than a child who needed to be educated, which is the route we chose to go with our school system. When she was in elementary school, had made a really bad choice about how to address a situation. The language of this is very difficult for me, and I also feel there's a number of questions. And I would say in terms of the testimony we heard, other than the prime sponsor and one other person, it was all in opposition for different reasons, different questions that were raised. And so the way this bill is written, I can't support it. I think that we have had better options.
Representative Paul?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to piggyback on that, given that testimony we heard this morning, there's no way I can vote for this. I mean, it was just powerful. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Madam Clerk? ATP on the amendment?
Let's go this way.
Yeah. So just to be clear, no one reached out to the Attorney General's office based on Attorney Fenton's recommendations this morning, and we're taking a vote anyway. Is that correct?
That was on the other one. That was on 121.
Oh, my bad.
There were other legal questions that went unanswered.
Who do you want me to call first?
And I guess, sorry.
Representative Murray?
Yeah, I think to my point, what I was asking for was a clarification, and I did ask for some clarification on the perspective change of the definition of gross negligence to negligence and judicial, if it had gone to anybody in the judicial branch or judiciary to weigh in on any of it. And so for that, I do definitely also have some significant concerns about that.
Representative Cordelli?
Yes, we did have testimony that I got during the break from an individual from the North Country whose son was object of bullying, and felt that the district had done a let's say a less than ideal investigation of the charges. And he addressed in his written testimony that that under the current statute, gross negligence would not apply, but a lesser language of gross negligence would allow the parent to have a right of action based on the less than ideal, I don't remember his exact words, but investigation that was done. And I did also talk with an attorney who works very often. One of her specialties is bullying cases. And she said that based on her experience in handling these cases, she recommended the lesser language of gross negligence. Just
Of negligence?
Of negligence.
Negligence.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Representative Murray?
Thank you. And no, I understand and I completely agree and empathize that we have to address some of these, but I do have a concern of just redefining on our own the definitions without some very careful input from the judicial branch, because I think ultimately, to I think many speakers' points, it could be litigated, and in which case, if we're creating our own definitions of negligence or gross negligence, either way, without it being carefully vetted, I think that that's problematic.
Representative Selig?
Thank you. So just to clarify, you're sharing information you received from testimony you received when we were not in session at this point? Is that what you're saying with what you're saying you got additional information during the break the word you used was testimony from someone when we were on
No,
break?
I researched the testimony given when we had the original hearing on the bill. I'm sorry if I misspoke.
Okay.
I went and got from the file his written testimony.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you for bringing it up.
Any other discussion? Seeing none? Madam Clerk?
Adopt amendment. I'll start with you. Vice Chairman Noble.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Petronell.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Creation.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Bricky.
No.
Representative Selig.
No way.
Representative Damon.
No.
Representative Snodgrass.
No.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
10 yeas, 8 nays.
Was that just the amendment? Or is that-
Oh, yes. Representative Cordelli, do you have another motion?
Yes, I would like to move ought to pass as amended with the amendment that we just approved.
Is there a second? Representative Terry seconds. Any more discussion? Madam Clerk?
Give me
Motion
one
is
second.
OTPA?
Yeah, we've gone through all my,
Oh.
All your sheets.
yeah, my sheets, yeah. Motion is ought to pass with amendment. Vice Chairman Noble.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Petronell.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Christian.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Bricky.
No.
Representative Selig.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Representative Snodgrass.
No.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
10 yeas, 8 nays. Minority.
I have to check on an amendment, so we'll take a 5-minute break.
A minority report.
Oh,
for
I'm
this.
sorry, minority report on that, Representative Hall. So we'll take a 5-minute break while I check on the amendment.
Being ostentatious nowadays. I mean, like plain white wall, and a plain blue wall. Fluorescent lights that are killing me.
It's funny they are. But if we already started talking about the separate smaller schools.
The temperature is down to 70.
2 minutes is up. So there are copies of the amendment coming around.
Thank you.
Yeah. Jennifer, do I need one for the record?
It's warmer. It is warmer. I'm getting my summer clothes back already. I'm getting my summer clothes back.
Yes.
Okay, I'll just, we wanted to see how quickly we can get out of here. So I will quickly go through the changes that we made. First of all, on the first page, based on discussions with our friends at DRA, we changed the time frame for the audit. It had been 4 months. We changed it to complete such audit no later than 1 year after the close of business. There was discussion about reference to 309A8 in Roman 2, and that is current language that has been repealed. In discussion with Ms. Ramsey about where we should point that, it didn't make it into this amendment, but we'll do a floor amendment for that. And it'll be 309-B will be the reference there. Toward the bottom, well, that's not a change in this amendment. On page 2, again, at DRA's suggestion, we changed Roman 1 to say that the Commissioner A may levy a fine and B shall not consider unreserved funds. Going forward from there, I think it was Representative Damon who suggested about the summary could be published in the annual report. This is on the top of page 3. And the copy of the full audit could be posted on the website and reviewed at the next meeting. And that it would be printed if in the local paper if available. There was a discussion about the ability for pupils to transfer to another school district. And so this is on the bottom of page 4, number 6. It would be done pursuant to 193.3, which is the statute about the best interests of the child. Line, 31, 32. And there was a lot of discussion about the ability for the administrator to cancel or renegotiate contracts. So I just removed that section. And one last change, again, in discussion with DRA and Ms. Ramsey, rather than repealing 671.5, this is on page 5 at the end, we just amend that to say that school districts shall hire independent auditors pursuant to 91J, which is the previous requirement that they hire independent auditors rather than elect auditors. So those were the changes, I believe, that were made in this amendment 3086H.
And I hate to be that person, but would like to caucus for 5 minutes.
Sure.
Okay, I know, thank you. Sorry.
You sure you don't want 2 minutes?
5 minutes?
Yeah, you want two? How about 2 minutes?
5 minutes. 5 minutes. 2 minutes.
Do we need to kick off caucus?
I don't.
Yeah. We'll officially reopen the exec session at this point. And just one announcement before we take up 121. Representative Selig has been on a tour of Great Bay Community College, and they are inviting the committee to tour the community college. Representative Selig says it will be very interesting to see, and people can coordinate that with Representative Selig. So I'll turn the gavel over to Vice Chairman Noble.
What's my name? We'll open the executive session on HB 121 relative to school district financial requirements and district probation processes. Representative Cordelli, do you have a motion?
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to move ought to pass on House Bill 121.
Is there a second? Representative Morse. Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. I would like to further offer an amendment, which is, I don't have a, thank you, 3086H.
Is there a second? Representative Terry? Seconds. Representative Cordelli, discussion?
Thank you. Nothing further. We, before we actually started the exec session, I went through the changes in this amendment. So I'll leave it at that.
Any other discussion? Representative Cornell?
We want to thank Chair Cordelli for making so many positive changes to this. We think it made it much better, but we still, but we still think there were a lot of things that could be changed to make it even better. And we don't think this is we think audits are important and they need to happen, but we don't think that this bill is the one that would do it. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, the motion is OTP on the amendment.
No. Yeah, okay. Adopt amendment. Vice Chairman Noble.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Petronell.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Cration.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Bricky.
No.
Representative Selig. Oops, she's not here. Sorry. Representative Damon.
No.
And Representative Snodgrass.
No.
And Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
10 yeas, 7 nays.
Representative Cordelli, do you have another motion?
Yes, I'd like to move ought to pass with amendment 3086H.
Is there a second?
Yes.
Representative Terry seconds. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, the motion is OTPA.
Vice Chairman Noble.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Oops, sorry, Representative Petronell.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Cration.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Bricky.
No.
Representative nope, sorry. Representative Damon.
No.
And Representative Snodgrass.
No.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
10 yeas, 7 nays.
Well, thank you very much, everyone. That is our final bill for 2025. And I'm sure you all look forward eagerly to starting 2026 on January 7th.
Minority report for that one?
Yes, a minority report.
Representative
Murray.
Murray.
And I really appreciate all the hard work this year and the civility and cordiality on the committee this year. It's very much appreciated by everyone, I think. And we certainly appreciate all the hard work of our administrative services staff who have even stuck around to 5:15 today. So thank you very much, everybody, and happy holidays.
Margaret.
And I want to say too, it's really nice that we don't agree on almost anything, but we do remain cordial. And once we leave here, it's gone. So that's nice.